can't believe Ricky has joined the channel. That's crazy.
Alright, it's gas.
Who's that?
It's you.
That's me.
Oh. Ugh! God. Alright. So, just to be sure, is it just ready?
I don't know, but if it's broken, I'm just gonna find something.
Alright. Alright. So, let's
crazy.
see.
Detrius
Alright.
doesn't believe in fixing the bugs he creates.
Yeah. Kind of feels like.
Wow, Blizzard has a job for him.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Oh, Rainbow Dash is coming.
You know what I learned, Mass?
What?
I could probably control OBS through Unreal with a WebSocket.
So I think Rainbow Dash is coming. He's just need an update.
Takes a while for a horse tank to get empty.
Oh god. No! 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 Not a JoJo! Alright. I surrender. Oh wait, wait, flag!
But I'm winning.
No.
What a quitter.
Yeah.
Of course the French surrenders. I don't know why you would leave a game that's like 5 minutes from finishing. Alright. It is time, HKS.
If this map breaks or there's a desync or something, I'm not fixing it.
So just roll back to another version or something.
No, and we're just not playing it.
Oh. Because us if things really go south, probably.
Now I don't even know what map it is because Warcraft 3.
Oh god.
You hold that map after I close the window, you piece of garbage.
No. Did you try
Fucking
to
terminate the game instead. I tried to move the maps out of the folder because if you don't update the map's name, they all look the same in the map list.
Yeah.
So I went to move them, and it locked the other one that did have the same name.
Oh god.
I just terminated the game.
My god. And he did not bother to rename the map number in the first place?
No, and I can't be bothered to go in World Edit and change it.
Oh god.
I can't believe Ricky leaving is going to cause us to lose.
So I guess it's the issue is big enough this time.
What?
Well, I mean, oh, all right. Guys, he left the channel, so I was like, okay.
Guys, I terminated the game.
And now I finally accept the invite and I just joined like my own lobby of Direct Strike, but fully empty or something horribly brain. Okay. What the fuck up situation is this? I did accept again. Now I'm the custom. Yeah, it's just more broken than usual for me this time. It's like so broken that the custom map list doesn't show up. So I think
Oh, that's a fun one.
I have to restart the Warcraft here, by the way. It went south to the point that it's beyond fuck. So I guess I'll just start it. But yeah, basically it updates the map but doesn't change the version number or something.
The map's file is the different name. The map's actual name in the editor is not different because he didn't bother to change that.
That's I'm baffled because it's like 101, I think, in my mind. Like the one thing I would like do automatically when I change anything, just to be sure it doesn't confuse with anything else.
Yeah, that's because I've worked on this. I've touched this map all of half an hour this week, and none of that time was spent to renaming the map.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I could have just done it through the bloody map compiler, I would have, but it just returns random bullshit.
Yeah.
You'd think having this list of all the data and shit that is in a Warcraft 3 map, you'd think you'd be able to go and find where that string is and edit the goddamn file. But I guess that's too much to ask for modern developers.
Yeah.
There's so much manual bullshit I have to do because I can't even get the map name. It just gives me the trig string. The redirector Blizzard uses, the trig string number.
Oh god.
I can't even get the actual string, otherwise I would have the name automatically increment itself every time I built the damn thing.
Alright, I only see 3 person in the lobby. I think others didn't download something yet.
As far as I can tell, I would have to write my own way of doing this. Otherwise there is no way. And I don't even know how stable Blizzard's string representations are. They might just change every time you save the map.
Possibly.
At least glancing into that map, it looks like that's the second string in it, string 1. So maybe it's partially stable, I just have to find something that would just rewrite that every time and never have to touch the editor for that garbage.
No.
Huh.
Probably. Let's see. Is it going okay, guys? Since I barely see anyone and
Trying to
game?
get this finished.
okay.
We're still in game. I would blame you for this.
So this is kind of one of the funny things is I don't think Warcraft 3 actually cleans up old strings at all. Because I was just briefly looking through this for like breaks in the numbers, and there are no breaks in the numbers, and it goes up to 12,685.
Oh.
This file has almost 2 million characters in it.
2 millions? Oh my fuck. How did that happen?
Probably because every time you like edit a string or reset a variable and then edit a string, it probably makes a new one.
What?
And if you were to
just
just
added
reset it, it probably doesn't clean up the last one.
Oh my god.
It probably just keeps incrementing.
That might explain some of the memory leaks. Or at least
Yeah.
eventually build to those.
Well, it's not very... 12,000 isn't very much for the engine to handle. It's just complete and utter nonsense, though, because the file just keeps getting... Like, I thought it got smaller at one point when I was removing a bunch of stuff, but it's hard to say now. It was generating a bunch of tooltips on the fly out of the trigger data instead of dealing with their object editor because it's terrible for filling out levels.
Mhm.
So I just went through and reset it a whole bunch of them thinking it'd get rid of them. I thought it got smaller, but I don't know. Maybe there's some break in here I can't find immediately.
It's kind of scary that because on my end I would like not deal
Took
with
until
the
now for
Warcraft.
Bug to get his last gold mine, by the way.
Yeah. Yep.
It's okay, I believe. I believe!
Yes, I do believe as well, Max. Okay.
I also like that the
no.
hotkeys are strings.
Yeah, there's I think single character string, I assume, or two or something.
Yeah, it's still got all the extra stuff in here saying where it is.
Oh,
It's just funny.
Oh.
So you have like string number, comment, abilities, ID, whatever the name was, what the slot is, what the helper thing is. It's like research, hotkey learn, then the brackets, so the K.
Mm-hmm. So what is your percentage download? Because it seems, I assume, awkwardly slow or something. Oh, right. Because if you guys are downloading, you're probably
They're in the
at,
game still.
Yeah, still.
So you're the only one that left, and Rainbow just showed up, I guess.
Because still trying because it's like that one time that almost see nobody and usually I tend to be like in the middle or last person to come or something. So I'm like, okay, what is really happening? What about you, Q?
There was also the fun fact that because Vetrius was not paying attention to what he was copying when he was adding new skills, instead of copying an existing one, he made another one, and there was a bunch of skills that were actually giving you int when you learn them.
No.
I remember those all too well.
There might be some issue with the Alliance randomly not displaying the string for learning a skill, but as far as I'm aware, they still learn it. I don't know where or why that's happening, but Blizzard.
So, Lucky, what is your percentage download, Mr. Bug?
We're still in the same game, just trying to finish this.
Oh, it will take forever. Just come back to the channel already. This is why I pretty
It's
much
not
called.
a quitter like you.
Are you also in that game, Max?
I mean, who else
Yep,
is
he
he
still
against?
is.
Yeah, it's we left so Rainbow Dash and HK just came in and we just start the next one.
I still see Drunken Brawler tooltips in here.
So how long that you guys think you finish your game?
Well, we do little bits of damage to their castle every now and then. But I don't think A-bombs are as
I'm
good
calling
as
that.
Turin.
Back to channel then.
All right.
We're working on it, though.
Yeah, there.
Bug finally caught up in upgrades.
So I guess you can invite Lucky.
Okay. On standby.
Yeah, so Blizzard did in fact leave a bunch of tooltips in here. It's probably not that it cleaned it up, it's more that it may have just reset them to blank but still taking up space. Because I still see all the Drunken Brawler tooltips in here. And I reset all of those.
They're in the channel already. I
Okay.
think.
Invite. Well, it depends because I think you can be in a channel, but then in a game in a way, and it's clearly not obvious. And Warcraft 3 compared to StarCraft 2. Yeah. At the very least, do invite Lucky. Yeah, basically because they're inside the game.
Okay.
The worst time mostly just shows the game in the off chance that they, because I know that Zerg Strike can take a while, so they not wanted to make a HKS wait and Rainbow Dash wait an insane amount of time.
Definitely not.
Maybe it was wrong for me to pick that one in specific, but still.
To be fair, it was a bit of a wild guess to figure that was gonna be it.
Oh wait, when I said the surrender, was I on Elite Chat or not?
I think you were in all chat.
Okay. Okay, just to be sure I did not say that, and I'll let chat and F did not know in the first place. Especially I said, I surrender! In all caps. The white flag.
Twitter.
Yep. I abandoned Max and Bug to their fate. Or to their fortune, depending on how you see it. But yeah, seriously, it was more of a game to pass that time. Or maybe if HKS came in very, very, very late, that they would finish the game if it only took like 5 or 10 more minutes, but not at 30 minutes.
I think that might be it, though. We got 2 armies now. Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
To the castle?
If one of the worms attacks the castle, we win. I think it's cooked anyways.
Oh, finally?
Maybe.
Now that the Blade Master actually
it's not
contributes and doesn't die instantly. We get a bunch of white squares for all of our hard work because Ricky's a quitter!
No.
I do not leave games mid-match.
It
Unless my
depends.
girlfriend yells at me.
Unless that it's a 4 or 5 game match that at some point.
Oh yeah, no. If it's multiple rounds, and
Alright,
I
invite me into the
usually try to stick it
desyncathon.
out, but if there's certain things that I just can't deal with, I'm just gonna leave it. Or if my girlfriend yells at me again.
Hopefully.
I pushed it. I'm waiting.
All right. No.
Oh,
Alright.
there we go.
Come in, bug. Come in.
No invite? Cheers.
Oh, there.
Downloading.
Downloading, 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 downloading.
Like 2 or 3 of us that even know what this means.
It's for the
title.
best.
Going to assume it means cutting cheese. Both ways.
How do you cut cheese both ways?
With two ends, each with a cycle. Maybe in
This
more
is,
way with a special legendary martial arts.
With the docking clamps.
Or even more with
I think the
technology.
Alliance may be facing a loss today.
Yeah, I would like
Um,
someone else as extra player.
Too late.
Oh, dear God. The pain.
I'm usually a pincushion in these anyways.
Assuming the map's not just
I
gonna
mean, there's
desync
probably like
immediately.
Yeah, there's a non-trivial chance we aren't even gonna have a game.
Because as far as I know, one of them was from changing tooltips per player, which is apparently noted somewhere as being able to cause it. They just didn't know the circumstances, which the circumstances is apparently a hero dying and reviving.
Blah 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 blah. Inside you there is
That's
a
gonna be
French
happening a
man
lot.
and a fisherman and a cheese man and a milk
That's
man.
3.
Was the artillery tower worked on at all? Did you know?
I don't know what he did. He posted notes to me at some point in time. I don't know if he posted them in the Warcraft 3 channel. So I said, I touched this map at like the Saturday or the Sunday that followed, and then I haven't touched it until like half an hour before we started today. Because he was supposed to figure out why the fuck 2 heroes weren't showing up. And he never did.
Oh,
He
So
may have been
basically-
busy.
they no longer exist, right?
No, they're there because I replaced them, but I'm not doing it again because I'm getting sick of having to do that shit every time I reopen that editor.
Oh.
Then I have to go inside of Warcraft
Just use
3
the
and
extra
get their
edit.
locations again. And if text tags can desync, I have no idea, but I got rid of a use of the get Z because that was known as something that desynced in Warcraft 3.
So can I get those units again, or it will cause a desync?
They're gone forever.
The lava spawns might be there still, if that's what you're talking about. I wouldn't buy them.
Long.
I don't know if he removed them. It's kind of the more significant thing here.
I see.
So you looked at the video, Matt. Does this shadow look like it's enough? Not
I
to see the
guess.
shadow, it's just to make me differentiate a little more from the background.
I couldn't notice it at most points, but the scene was kind of dark.
It's kind of more brighter, darker. Well, I guess more brighter, otherwise you're not going to see it anyway.
I don't believe you. Frankly, I think you're just a cat.
All right. Go ahead, pick what you want, Q.
I don't think Q's brave enough to pick whoever he wants.
Alright, let's try this one.
I also fixed the animations of the druid model because no one else can be bothered.
waiting for other
Convert model, press release.
Why you get that waiting for other players? You're desyncing or something?
Not how desyncing works, Ricky. That's how crashing works.
To be fair, I usually take a while to load in.
Oh, okay.
You like that?
I don't
some
know
of
why
this.
I always take so long to load in, but I do.
So I guess we no longer see the string if we get something. Oh well.
I said, I don't know why that broke, but it still works.
Yeah.
Sometimes it might even just decide to start working.
So I'll say.
Our allied town is being attacked.
I don't even know what I'm doing, as I honestly hate this shop rework.
Why?
Because it just moves everything. We all knew where everything was before, and now we don't.
Our allies' hero has been slain. I am able to help. Our allied town
Why did that not enter my inventory?
Or one of the shops fucked.
Passive 3 has nothing in it.
Wonderful.
Dodge my enemy immediately. Our allied town is
Why wouldn't a shop be fucked?
Is that something that should it have had?
I didn't even know that was even possible in Warcraft 3. I've never, ever,
That's
ever
because the
seen that.
building doesn't have your hero selected.
Our allied town is being attacked. Oh no. Well done.
You know, passive.
I'll give you a hint.
has nothing
All
in
of the skill things were like that before because he didn't put that ability on it.
They still give money even though I reported that like 2 months ago now.
Immediately.
I'm just going to delete them if I have to do something about it.
Our allied town
Wait,
is being attacked.
why'd they disappear? What the fuck?
Well done. Immediately. For the tribes. Well done.
What?
Well done.
I don't
Disappears.
I am able to
There was some units attacking me in this tower, and they just most of them just
for
disappeared.
the tribes. Immediately.
Ah!
Bring it on.
Ah! Oh well.
More lumber is
I
required.
am able to help.
Sometimes it's just not showing the levels.
Our allied town is being attacked. Well done.
But it's not even just an alliance thing, it's just something got fucked up.
Now I actually I see at least
Our allied town is
the
being
level of
attacked.
others picking their skill at the release.
I mean, I bought 2 skills, only one of them showed a thing.
Well done.
I have
I
a
might be trying to print out the wrong thing.
For the tribes.
For one, I'm gonna take the gloves of haste someone left here. Thanks.
For the tribes.
So a question like that, is it normal that the sentry gun doesn't show the
Our
level?
hero has been slain.
Apparently I never picked those up.
Thanks. They're mine now.
Our allied town is being attacked.
Now, where's Ricky at?
Bring it on. Immediately. For the tribes.
Yeah, this is kind of like one of the reasons I just left the game before and said fuck it one week, is because he keeps changing things like the base health every hero has by changing the strength contribution. And then he keeps giving creeps short-lived high attack speed buffs or movement speed buffs, like the fucking grunt or something that turns into an Olympic sprinter for 10 seconds. And then an agility hero can't even kill the first fucking creep group.
So lucky.
I am able to help. Well done. Immediately. Our ally
I'm kind of losing my patience for a lot of this shit, because it just, I say something about it and nothing happens.
Come here, bug!
immediately. For the tribes. Our allies' hero has
Especially because I made a system so the creeps would upgrade as the game went on, that he just doesn't want to use.
for the tribes.
Everything involving triggers he's fucking scared of, I don't know.
I know, I'm scared.
Works on skills, spends a week trying to fix it. I say, hey, if you're having trouble with this, just tell me and I can trigger it. He just deletes the skill instead.
Immediately. Our allied town is being attacked. Bring it on. Oh no.
Someone's got a dingler running. I think it's her cell phone.
Guess I left another pair of gloves here that you probably took.
For the tribes.
Every time I go back, there's more for me to take. I see the animations are still fucked on the cat.
Well done.
Which one?
The hell?
Yours.
Oh.
You're talking about the wiggle, that's never gonna get fixed.
For the tribes.
No, I'm talking about the walking animation when you should be playing the running animation.
Well done.
That's because that's probably also not set up properly and I wouldn't know how to fix it.
Immediately.
I could probably fix it if I had Magus as editor. It's not that hard.
I was just using a raw editor.
I think it's like a number.
There is just a raw editor for changing all the information. Like, why do we need these?
Our hero.
You tell me why these exist.
Our allies' hero has
Second creep group.
I can't tell you.
attacked.
All I can tell you is
Oh.
that doesn't do as much damage as you think it does.
That doesn't do as much damage as you think it does.
Exploding my ass on them. Also, they told her that only one group of healthcare workers was coming. And she wanted to stay up, but she couldn't because no one was going to be able to put her back in bed. But a second group did come. So there's more miscommunication.
Bring it on.
Yes! Got the word to go.
You decided to chew them out.
I am able to help.
Hard thief.
I am able to help.
Saw that.
Our allied town is being attacked. Oh no. Well done. For the tribes. Our allied town is being attacked. Immediately.
Yeah, if you might be wondering why I'm complaining about this a little more than before, that's because we got to see how TGS used to be.
Oh.
Also a mess. Just in different ways.
You got complaint from who exactly? Just to be sure.
I'm complaining.
Immediately. Well done. Death to the enemies of the Horde.
All the way back from the towers, just the decision being made, the towers need to be able to kill creep waves.
For the Trides. Well done. For the Trides.
Anti-hero attacks and those whole fucking creep groups that are in the north entirely.
Well done. For the Trides. Our allied town is being attacked. Immediately.
We've got like more skills that aren't done than there are like working skills right now as far as I'm aware.
Bring it on.
Oh god, oh god!
Which I wanted to get rid of skills. I wanted to turn skills into alts or specials when they weren't, because they were stronger than everything else.
Our allies here
What?
has been slain. Bring it on.
Ah!
Oh no.
I got Ricky too. I must have splashed him.
And I absolutely don't want in-combat cooldowns on items, which I'm realizing a bunch of these had.
I am able to help.
Wow.
Our allies' hero has been slain. Bring it on. Well done. For the Trides. For the Trides.
Shit, did I just lose a lot of...
That was
Ah.
just extremely late.
Well done.
I just lost all the phase, anyway.
I hope so.
I did.
You lost what?
For the Trides. Immediately. Well done. Our allied town is being attacked. Oh no. For the Trides.
You have almost twice my health.
I have 3 times the
Our
health of
allied
Rainbow
town is being attacked.
with no plus health items or plus SDR, just because the
I have
stat
twice his health.
distribution is infinitely more advanced.
Well done. Immediately. Immediately. For the Trides.
Alright.
Start running. Well done.
That tower
Our
is
hero
killed.
has been slain. Our allied town is being attacked.
So basically, the artillery, the sentry gun, and the serpent wall are more or less, I'll consider say the same skill in a way.
And I wouldn't be surprised. The only way to get around that is by figuring out what order is compatible with that skill type and switching it to that.
May my ancestors watch Bring it on. Immediately. For the tribes. For the tribes. Well done. Immediately. Our allied town is being attacked. For the tribes. Immediately. Well done.
The critical strike's not even updating its tooltip properly.
Immediately. Well done. Our hero has been slain.
Off you go.
May my ancestors. Our allied town is being attacked. Bring it on.
Oh,
For
fine.
the tribes. Well done.
Yeah, because he didn't even make an item for that. That's why it's your ass explode, because I put that there.
Our allied town is being attacked. I am able to help. Dance for the enemies of the Horde. Immediately. For the tribes.
Where's Ricky been all this time?
Oh no.
Frenching.
Dang.
Come here, Ricky.
Our allied town is being attacked.
I'm
Oh
gonna
my
eat
God, you
your
just-
tree.
Oh my God, you killed my peasant again. Sweet Jesus.
Killed your own peasant.
Our allied town is being
I was
attacked.
about to die. Don't think I'll be able to save it, but oh.
I am able to help. Well done. For the tribes.
How many times do you think it's gonna take for me to kill this one creep group?
I got AFK.
Oh no. For
I
the
guess it doesn't. It didn't spawn things for. No, there it goes.
Our allied town is being attacked. Immediately.
Took 80% of my
Why
health.
there's a tower in the middle of, like, really the oh, you got changed like that? What? Why a single tower instead of?
For the
Okay,
tribes.
alright.
I don't know.
Our allied town is being attacked. Our hero has been slain.
Yes. Tower kill.
Our allied town is being attacked. Our allied town is being attacked. Our allied town is being attacked.
Towers. Your turret is really contributing to battle over there.
Bring it on.
It's like I see medium artillery, but 600 range.
Oh no. Our allied town
That's
is
not
being
even
attacked.
artillery. It's like. Why the heck that has even less
Bring
range?
it on.
I hope that the higher level actually make a difference about this. Otherwise,
For the
Couldn't be surprised if I left these like tooltip things as like some attempt of testing instances and still not working.
oh God! Oh fuck! Ah! God damn it! I saw something questionable over there.
I think Black Arrow doesn't work.
Find doesn't work.
It's not giving any form of net debuff to cause the skeletons to appear. Because I haven't seen one appear in the slightest.
You have an orb on your weapon.
Oh wait, no, yeah, I think it overrides even though I don't have it active.
You can't actually interact with it, it's just there.
Right, but like I have a skill that I can toggle on or off, and it is an orb effect,
So it changed from medium turret to
so
small
it might not be
turret.
working for me.
Black Arrow is not an orb effect, it's triggered entirely.
I don't know why it wouldn't work.
A lot of people have told me it doesn't work, and then I go to use it and it works, so that's why I'm asking. Do you have an orb on your weapon?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm running a Sylvanas.
Visually, do you have an orb on your weapon?
Yes. Like floating around it? Yes.
A little dark purple thing.
Yes.
The side effect of whatever's making the tooltips not work. The hero's got a skill and it's not leveling, it's because he didn't tell me it changed.
Yeah, okay. Mine's not changing either.
Oh.
That makes sense now.
May my ancestors watch over me.
Oh, look at that.
Ah, dear.
Gotcha, Ricky.
Oh god damn it. Oh god. That's speed.
I
Oh,
got killed in my
God.
ass.
Our allied town is being attacked.
Ah, good Jen.
Our allied hero has been slain.
Wow, I forgot something.
I think Melkor just really likes to kill me.
I don't think the Alter is actually good as the ultimate so far. So I guess I'll probably scrap it in favor of something else.
Well done.
What the hell is wrong with the idle animation on the cat?
Told you there's a wiggle.
But why?
Oh no.
It's whoever ported it.
I am able to help.
They probably are one of those imbeciles that run one of these fucking automated optimization scripts on it and it just fucks up everything.
Probably. Because those optimization things just crunch numbers.
Hive Workshop is very, very good about
Our
that.
allied town is being
As well as
attacked.
the Spanish website I downloaded shit from a while ago. I've never seen
Is
them not
artillery
fuck
still
up anything,
busted?
doesn't matter what it is. Oh my god, we gotta strip the file size by 30 kilobytes. That's so efficient. Meanwhile, the whole thing gets fucked. Everything.
Our allied town is being attacked. Oh no.
Yes, I'm privy to some more geriatric drama. It was a good chortle.
Our town is being attacked. Oh no. Our allied town is being attacked. I am able to help.
More
I
lumber
am
is
able
required.
to help.
I don't know what to make any of this here.
Oh, it's actually pretty easy. Ricky is French.
For the tribes. Immediately.
That's kind of really about all you need to know, honestly.
Okay.
Well done. For the tribes.
Stuns.
Immediately.
Wait, Rainbow's a bird.
Tribes. Immediately. Start running.
Taunt.
Our hero has been slain.
Pretty sure if I touch this map, I'm going to take an axe to like half the things that are in it. And they're gonna get moved to triggers, just so he doesn't have a fucking choice.
What are you doing? I'm here, right here.
I sound like I'm being a dick. I'm just getting tired of being ignored.
That's understandable.
I can't believe you didn't die to that. You have like you have significantly more health than Rainbow Dash does. And you're lower level than he is.
May my ancestors watch over me. Well done. Immediately. Well done.
So how do you feel about accounts created 2 weeks ago referring me to Lyric?
For the tribes. Bring
Lyric.
it on.
Only spam his fucking thing in Naraka all the time.
Oh no. Bring
I
it
do.
on. Immediately.
A cat.
For the
You are a
Oh
cat,
man, I
though.
forgot something obvious.
Well done. Well
The
done.
fuck is wrong with me?
We're under attack.
Oh well.
Our hero has been slain.
Alright, I got this now.
Oh,
Never mind, you're already
got
dead.
that. Ah.
SMH.
Also pretty sure about like the sentry gun and stuff. He specifically told me it doesn't need it.
Our allied town is being attacked.
Gobbling down trees like they're glizzies. Not hitting an extra target. There you are. Melee hit. Melee have an inherent cleave.
I am able to help. For
Oh,
the
I was gonna
tribes.
actually say there's a bug.
Immediately.
That's something I wanted to add, because melee are already kind of fucked running into groups.
Well done.
Could be a
It
little
makes you
less
hit more
damage,
targets, and then one of the cleave items will make you, like,
Is it only
do...
against minions, or is it also heroes?
It's everything. It's just a cleave. You just hit another target. Instead of cleave just hitting unlimited targets that are in range, it hits a limited number. You see a little gray number, that's cleave damage.
I personally wouldn't apply it to heroes, but
For the tribes.
it's gonna be kind of a niche thing anyway.
What are you talking about?
Cleaving other heroes passively.
I mean, what's the difference?
Well, cleave is very, very strong against heroes.
What? There's a Murloc village there now?
Our allied town is being attacked. For the tribes.
Oh god. Oh no, no. Ah, god damn.
Well done. Immediately. Well done.
Such a bad time.
Why am I over there?
Why not?
You heard the call of the wild over there.
Our allies' hero has been slain.
You won't take me.
May my ancestors watch over me.
I see some more gloves of haste over there.
Our allied town is
Kazakh
being
is very
attacked.
enthusiastic about the horde.
Our allied town is being attacked.
Yeah, that's a lot of health.
Mm.
For the tribes. Oh no. Our allied town is being attacked. I am
You see my health?
immediately. For the tribes.
Yep. I might actually straight up one-shot you with Drunken Brawler.
I am able to help.
Probably.
Oh no. Bring it on. Immediately. For the tribes. I am able. Our allied town is being attacked. Bring it on. Our allied town is being attacked. Well done. Immediately.
Ow.
God damn!
Ah!
I might actually throw up
I am able
just from
to
sneezing. It's off.
help.
Oh, no.
Now. Bring it on.
No, 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 no.
We're getting auras for some reason went to 6.
Oh no. Oh no. For the tribes.
Can't see any of them that I'm buying.
I am able
Jesus
to help.
Christ.
Bring it on. Our allies' hero has been slain. Well done. For the tribes. Immediately. Well done. Immediately.
Incinerate was something else I was going to completely redo
For the tribes.
because it's so buggy.
Yeah, your damage definitely killed the item that the Hydra dropped. Gone forever, or whatever it was.
Our allied town is being attacked.
Yeah, I'm also getting very tired of those issues.
Is that the prize or it's double damage? Double cleave. Dude, I ate a tree. Was already a tree back. There was 2 trees in one. It's crazy.
Fuck.
May my ancestors watch over me.
Yeah, I clearly let that bug in the wrong neighborhood.
Well done.
I don't usually do
I got Aiden.
Yeah.
For the tribes.
I'm like 80% certain this hero's has its fucking problem with the skill, as was mentioned by Tira already. Not only that, like it thinks swords delete anything that's sword based. So I'm gonna fuck with it in any regard.
For the tribes. Well done. Immediately. I am able to help. Immediately. Well done. For the tribes. Well done. For the tribes. Immediately. Our allies' hero.
Oh, okay. That just arbitrarily killed you. Exciting.
Well done. For the tribes. Immediately. For the tribes. Immediately.
Well, glad we got that sorted out.
Well done. For the tribes. Inventory is full. Well done.
You're in control. Ooh, that's good.
Bring it on.
Oh god. So they are there now, I guess.
Immediately. Bring it on. For the tribes. Immediately. Our hero For the tribes. Bring it on. Our allied town is being attacked.
Ooh, that's good.
I am able to help. Oh no! Oh no! Immediately. Well done. Bring it on! Our allied town is being attacked!
Fuck.
Our hero has been slain.
No.
I'm indifferent to this whole game. I don't even really want to play it. I'm gonna get my laundry.
Get my laundry too. It's in the catting chamber.
Our allied town is being attacked. Our allied town is being attacked. May my ancestors watch over me. Our allied town is being attacked. Our allies' hero has been slain. Our allied town is being attacked. Our allies' hero has been slain.
Oh no.
Our allied
My
town is being
patient!
attacked.
Got also got in. Ugh.
What?
Allies' hero has been
That did over 1,000 damage to your peasant and didn't kill it?
Our allied town is being attacked.
I don't know what happened, but
I saw 1,300 damage. I was hoping to splash your peasant and kill it, but it didn't die. At least I never got any money for it.
I'm not even sure you managed to kill one. I think there was one that has 2 HP and got D's on it, but nothing else. Nothing else.
Well, there's one I saw the pop up for 1,300 because it splashed one near you, but it didn't die. I'm so disappointed.
Our allied
That's the
town
only
is
reason
being
why I did
attacked.
that. I should have just targeted the pack of them instantly and just killed myself just to kill the peasants. That would have been the noble thing to do.
Our allied town is being attacked.
Hello.
For the tribes.
I just got back from throwing my laundry in the dryer.
False advertising. What can I say?
Well
The
done.
true stoic is not real. He gets fucked.
For the tribes.
Have you been numbing yourself? Atrophying your muscles?
No.
I am able to
I haven't needed to.
bring it on.
What the fuck is your stat growth?
That's what I mentioned in the one video. That's the innate stat growth for this hero is very efficient. I haven't needed to dumb myself.
I am able
That's also the inverse of rainbow stat growth.
I am able to help.
Mine's just useless.
Immediately.
Yep.
Well done. For the tribes.
True Strike is bugged, by the way. It does not work. It does not defeat evasion.
There's probably a lot of things that are bugged and don't work. Also, evasion has nothing to do with Warcraft 3 evasion anymore.
Well, doesn't apply to True Strike. It says attacks cannot miss. Well, they sure can.
Well done. For the tribes. How now? Immediately.
You need money.
I need lure.
I'm sure you need a blood drinker.
Probably. I need a lot more wood than what I got, though. Okay, then.
Shatter also still works. I think it actually makes Cleave do more damage and might give you an extra attack. I don't remember.
Bring it on.
That's what I was gonna get until you just fed me a notion of money.
Done.
The money I got from existing AFK.
Dance to the enemies of the Horde. Dance to the enemy.
Just hit for dumpster amount of damage.
For the tribes. Start running. Immediately. For the tribes. Well done. Immediately.
Now we have disease for half an hour.
Well done.
I have disease for half an hour. How did you get?
I don't.
For the tribes.
How did you not?
Cat moment.
Immediately.
I really wanted to get rid of the time on this. That was something else I mentioned a long time ago.
Well done. Immediately. For the tribes.
But it's also kind of
Beat you in the
like,
shit.
why not just give them twice the amount of health?
For the tribes. Well done. Well done. Immediately. For the tribes.
Big Game Hunter works either. It's just supposed to just make you do a multiple of damage against non-heroes.
Well done. For the tribes. Well done.
They let me heal. This is literally the only thing I'm gonna gain health off of over here.
Bring it on. Immediately. Immediately. Well done.
I guess we missed the... Yeah, we missed the other side.
I don't see an indicator for them. I was looking at them.
They'd be right there, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it.
I don't know why they're not on map. So some unit not flagged properly.
Our allied town is being attacked. Well done. For the tribes. Well done.
I don't even remember exactly if, like,
Immediately.
get life stealing off of cleave hits or not.
For the tribes. Well done. Our allied town is being attacked. Immediately. For the tribes.
Might have been something else I changed.
Well done.
Well, not really changed, but just made it that way from the start.
Our allied town is being attacked. I am able to help.
Well, surely enough, they are here.
Immediately. Our allied town is being attacked. For the
I don't know.
tribes.
This is the bodies.
Immediately.
I don't know about you, but I don't really see the value of having creeps, like, at the very top and very bottom of the map like this.
Well done. Well done. Immediately.
So far
Maybe
and
it gives
removed.
some extra reward.
Death to the enemy.
I mean, Lowlands the Legend was gonna have stuff far off of it too, but there was.
Yeah,
like,
but you also had, like,
points
teleports
that
all
increased
over
your
the
critical points
place. And
there.
this is just more. This is so far and removed from the battle. I think you even had the way the lanes moved changed when you captured certain things. You could start using like waypoint
That
buildings.
was a bug. Well, the buildings gave you waypoints, and they also had run fast or.
For the tribes.
Albeit not as strong as TGS's was.
Bring it on. Well done. Immediately.
I also got rid of the visibility on that stupid building.
Oh no. Oh no.
Random fucking vendor that just
Bring it on.
disappeared.
For the tribes.
Oh my god, I was stuck by my. I got
You were
stuck by
dead
my
before I
own
could even-
sentry ward, basically.
Our
That's
allied
fuck over.
town
I was
is
about to
being
run
attacked.
up and just explode on you and kill you, but the creeps got you first.
Excellent master.
Can you tell me what
I
that
was
random
stuck. I
succubus
couldn't
vendor
move
was?
away.
I am able to help.
Hmm.
There's a random succubus vendor there.
She just sells some summoning stuff, like really cheap.
She
ones.
invisible. Motherfucker!
Our hero has been slain.
He's invisible. I'm getting sick of that.
You got cooked.
We wouldn't even know that was there. Didn't even know that was there.
She wonders if I remember.
You can't. She's invisible.
Yeah, you
Not
can't
worse
see her.
detection, like say
I think.
Farsight or even
I think that's like the second time I've ever seen her.
I got rid of the invisibility on the top thing because it's just this is more annoying than anything.
You know what's
Also-
really funny about Warcraft 3?
There's no high level
It claims
item
my
that gives
ping
you
is
detection
35.
either, and at that point it's like, why have invisibility in the game at all?
It claims my ping is 35, but I feel like my input latency is way higher than it's ever been.
May my ancestors watch over you. For the tribes. Well
It's because it probably actually set us to West Coast.
Our allied hero has been slain. For the
Is that why it's so laggy? Like it I can
I
feel
know-
the latency.
Like, I don't know why your game lags the way it does, but it,
Our allied town
nothing feels laggy, but your latency is still as high as the worst person in the game.
I am able to help.
Maybe that's why.
Which is why
Like, the
whenever we
input
played with
latency is what I'm
Kelp,
talking
the game would
about.
just get real bad.
Dude's phoning in from the ISS.
Oh no. For the tribes. Immediately.
Now we're gonna be cooking.
attacked! How now? Well done. Immediately. Well done. For the tribes. Well done.
Yeah.
Our allied town is being attacked. Immediately. For the tribes. Well done. I am able to help.
There's so much just shit in this map, I just don't know.
I am able to help. Immediately.
I don't even know if Incinerate's gonna work with like Vampiric Aura, probably not.
For the tribes. Immediately. Well done. Bring it on. For the tribes. We're under attack! Our allies' hero has been slain.
Got him! Got him! I bet you weren't expecting that cue. That's my trap card.
Well done.
It's
Everything
called
there,
Ass
bro?
Explode.
Immediately. Well done.
First you see me, now you don't.
For the tribes.
Now, if only
Sweet
Ricky would die
Jesus.
too. Ricky is the one I wanted to kill.
Bring it on. Immediately. Well done.
Yeah, Black Arrow does not create the skeleton summons. No, I mean if it's
Well,
just
something's
we
probably
just-
bug bad.
I mean, if it's just gonna be used for just a additional damage, I wholeheartedly would be okay with that. But
For the tribes.
for like a mana,
How
for
many
mana
fucking creeps you managed to get down there?
Here's another
Like,
question.
All of
When you hit something hostile, does it use mana?
Immediately.
me?
For the tribes. Immediately.
yes,
So something is working, but something isn't.
Well done.
it's probably just the increased damage.
Immediately.
The way
Which,
it's
I
set,
mean, in
because
the
I
overall, I'm not
can't,
exactly
like,
against that.
handle orbs exactly the way Blizzard does it, so it takes mana after it hits something.
Well done. For the tribes. Well done. Our allied town is being attacked.
Can't solo that spell.
The one who just shot,
I can, however, solo the Urdle.
I think you could solo everything but the top group.
Yeah, I need another item before I go up there, I think.
Because the difficulty of that one's kind of deranged.
I'm not even sure how that bad is. The oh no, probably still residue of the flames,
Sure, and demolish.
So I guess the barrack already got destroyed down there again.
May my ancestors watch over me.
What shit did you just spawn?
Well, I got the Urdle. I guess someone got the Deformed Sons. And one of you was down
You
somewhere
should
else.
go get this thing.
Oh no!
Yeah, I guess I could go. I was thinking of going there next.
Immediately! For the tribes!
Just clearing out the top, collecting lumber.
Immediately! Well done! For the tribes!
Actually, maybe what I do need is an attack speed item.
You just need to get rid of the rest of your agility and intellect.
That too.
Become a singular muscle.
All these summons still give me money. I've reported that so many times.
I also pointed out to him that after leaving the game open for like an hour, that there was a very, very big differential between the Horde and Alliance kills.
For the tribes! Well done! Immediately!
Ah, god damn it.
I am able to help. For the tribes!
What? What happened? I clicked on you and I saw your health go down. And then your health was max? I'm gonna assume there was like some creep that blocked the hit test on you.
Oh no! Immediately! Well done!
That's why I need attack speed, so that can't happen anymore.
For the tribes!
Dog.
Immediately! Immediately! Our allies' hero has been slain! Bring it on! Bring it on!
There goes.
Start running! I am able to help. Well done. For the tribes. Immediately.
Yeah, I don't think the Nether Strand Bow's corruption was changed. I don't think the crit was also changed on that. I don't remember.
Well done. For the tribes. Well done. Immediately. For the tribes.
Need to remember how to get to the back.
Do the new barracks works or it's still
For the
broken?
tribes. Well
As
done.
far as I know, it works now, because I changed everything about it.
Death to the enemy.
I don't think I saw any of the
Our hero
special
has been slain.
creator or anything like that.
You're talking about the salvage thing, that should work.
Town is being attacked. Immediately. For the tribes. Well done. Immediately. For the tribes.
I regularly forget that upgrade building even exists.
Bring it on! For the trides!
You need money, right?
Oh no!
Jesus Christ.
Immediately!
You're actually kind of seeing how much money the Horde generates because it distributes it faster.
Bring it on! Immediately! For the trides! Immediately! Well done! For the trides! For the trides! Immediately!
Probably just need to like make it ramp up over time because more of the problem is it
Well done!
supposed to change depending on their total gold, how much it gives out each tick, but it just kind of gets to the point where it never goes below a certain point because it's never enough anymore.
For the trides! Immediately! Well done! For the trides! Well done! Immediately! We're under attack! For the trides! Well done! Immediately! For the trides!
I'm already busy with Max that is basically invulnerable against me. Basically, yeah.
Well done! For the
Max is
trides!
like a bigger threat to me than those two.
Our allied town is being attacked! Well done! Immediately! Well
I'm
done!
practically a non-combatant at this point.
For the trides! For the trides!
Oh,
Our allied town is being attacked! Well done! Immediately!
Wait, how did you get back all your mana in an instant?
For the trides!
Ripped his
I got
pants.
a ding!
I saw you with no mana and no health, so I was gonna kill you with that.
I am able to help. Immediately! For the trides! Immediately!
Oh God.
Well done!
Fuck.
Immediately! For the
How many of them?
trides. Well done! For the
Meanwhile,
trides.
I guess the Erdl was just killing their base in the meanwhile.
Inventory is full.
Yeah, pretty much.
Bring it
I was too
on.
busy with you because I was like, oh, okay,
Well
it
done.
should be maybe.
Is it finally over?
Finally.
It's finally over.
Yeah.
I was just gonna go kill the Imperial Wyvern next.
I need to look at the units killed by the Alliance and Horde.
Too late. All I know is that the Alliance summons peasants that give money.
Well, the Horde is 1875, 1821, 1522, and 814. The Alliance is 1571, 1040, and then two 920s. So the Alliance has killed less than half the units the Horde has.
That feels like a balancing problem.
That's because all the summon shit. And every time the Horde kills those guys, they give money. That gives the Horde money.
Oh Oh yeah, how much my summon actually gave you, Max?
I had close to 100,000 gold at the end. I think I was only like 10, 15,000 away. So I was just going to sell one of the items and buy the health item, whatever it was called, lard. Although attack speed still might have been better. I'm not sure. It would have been unkillable either way, though. Other than suiciding myself to try to kill Ricky whenever I see his health low. I have a feeling that depending if that has a decay time or not, you might be able to stack indefinite numbers of them because you definitely move faster than the projectile does after a point. It would just take a really, really, really long time. The suicide?
What about it?
Well, the projectile moves kind of slowly, so I think that if you're moving quickly and someone uses it, dies, revives, and then just keep using it, you can just stack them like in the hammers and what?
Well, yeah, but you're never gonna revive quickly.
Exactly, that's why I said it would take a while.
Off!
No! BRB.
So, any map suggestions? Let's see.
I think we're just gonna call it a night.
Alright. Good night, Lucky. Thanks for coming.
Sure thing. Enjoy.
Just a question, I guess. I intend to host Otaku Defense, but did you by any chance look deeper into the exe file or something like that?
I don't think it's anything. I wouldn't know why it's there either.
Okay. So basically, is it something very bad or horrible? That's, I guess, the real question.
It's just a
Yeah.
very why is this there kind of thing.
Okay.
As far as I can tell, it was just the DLL for OpenSSL, but I don't think Warcraft 3 loads DLLs out of maps. It could very well be when it's used on some other third-party server it does something, or modded client. Because I know there's a
Okay.
few of those. Like if I can talk, there's a few of those out there.
Okay.
That's probably what it's
Okay.
doing.
Mhm. Okay, so I'm going to assume it's safe fish.
About all I can guess about it.
Okay. Just in case you found something that it was a big no that about it.
Not gonna join their Discord to find out.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I know there's a bunch of client hacks for the non-reforged Warcraft 3 to
Okay.
extend what it does.
Mhm. Yeah. Uh, Now coming back, I tried to lose my map list, and it went horribly wrong when I tried sometime to pick them up immediately after. Well, I really should to start to got down the amount of map I have in there. Well, I guess I'll just load my smaller. Ouch! Seriously? Eee. So I'm going to host a map from the my other folder that I kept it because I started to sometimes play it in public game when I feel like it. Like one of those rare map that I actually I'm mass inviting people. I'll talk to fans. Alright, I'll wait a bit and Q, do you need another invite? Because I'm not sure if you just missed it by or if you downloading. Okay, there you go. Because I know it's also a map that it's like I think 300 megabytes, so I'm never sure
Did I
if
invite
you
again? I
guys
was
are
tapped out.
downloading. Okay. What about you, Max? Mix!
Forgot why I even opened Rider.
Why'd you open Ryder? You riding? You're riding with Biden? A Japanese toilet maker has just announced it'll pivot to AI chips, leading
There you
to
go,
an
Max.
18% stock surge. Wow.
You can just say you're gonna do something with AI and your stock will jump like up to 50%.
That sounds like a way to torpedo your company in the short term, honestly.
Well, the long term, yeah.
I got up to put some cream in my coffee and my fucking left foot immediately gave out. Shit hurts like fuck.
You considered not walking like a troglodyte?
Oh yeah, Q.
can't.
You might want
These are
to.
that's the foot I'm pretty sure I fucked up on the cliffside way back. One of them I fucked on a cliffside, one of them fucked kicking somebody in the pelvis over and over and over again.
Oh. Oh, by the way, Q, you're the host, so you have to.
I have
pick,
legit battle scars. Alright, Q, you know what to do. We need the event.
Unless he wants us to go fishing.
Yeah.
Whatever the event is, we need it. Now, why do we need it? Dude, I can't tell you, but we need it.
A special event.
The other thing you gotta do, you gotta bully Ricky.
I'm a referee.
Not for long or not.
Well, if there was one more player, but I will join it, and for the best and worst to lead you guys into
You're
something.
gonna be the green stuff inside the fountain.
Yeah.
Rancid cheese. It turned funny.
The best cheese available, Max.
Is it honking?
I think it's honking.
Honk, 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 honk.
I'm convinced. Ricky is a goose.
Oh!
See, told you.
Yeah, so I was even just plainly setting the ability tooltips, and apparently that just doesn't work sometimes.
I don't believe you. He did. He already picked it.
I hope that they care.
No, he already picked it. Dude, I just told you.
Alright. It's just it didn't show on my case.
He did it really quickly, so if you weren't paying attention, you should have just read up further,
No,
and he
it's-
would have been good.
The text, the other text is clearly. Oh, yeah, okay, I see. Didn't show event, but
Guess it's time for more wards.
I'm gonna just emit balls. Into your mouth, that is. Alright, I picked the thing to bind to a teammate, but how do I use it on a teammate?
Use it from your thing, and yeah. I know I'm useful.
Yeah, but it doesn't let me actually use it, though. Also, that's the wrong thing.
It's like either a few blessings or off your little fountain thing that you can use it on someone.
The fountain doesn't have anything. View Blessings has the other one, the passive.
Orb of Lightning's
that
got a
lets
green
me-
icon.
okay. There we go. I don't know what I clicked on. I think it's the power, the teleporter actually. That's odd. Place your bets. Told you.
Wards, and I'm wardless.
I have one ball, and that's it. I'm sure Q can carry.
I accidentally hit a fucking key and I lose the skill that I wanted to get. Damn it.
Rest and piss.
Depends. Do you lack gold to buy the next one? You can actually
Most
pose.
likely.
You can pose a shop, by the way. So next round that you get the gold, you can buy the ability the next round. There's a pause button, but you might need to go back
No,
in.
I
Maybe.
just outright lost the skill that I wanted to get, so I couldn't even pick it up, and I had no skills to pick it up.
Mask, what is the probability of crashing?
Usually that map
69
doesn't
out of
crash.
69.
Usually the map doesn't crash,
Oh,
Ricky
it
says,
does.
after I have crashed every single time we played it.
Really? It doesn't crash everything now.
Damn it.
Cooked.
Feel with no mayonnaise.
Cooked.
Mana now.
Dude, you're killing the hit point generators. Can't believe he made dog.
I believe you turned the dog into a boner.
I can't believe he turned the boner into a dog.
Back here.
Ricky thinks he's a professional now or something.
It's a good excuse. I'll go with it.
Oh yeah, I can gain more resurrections and get Lucky Strike every time I die.
That's right. You feed me whatever the fuck it is you're feeding me.
Did you link to me?
Yes, I did.
Well, now you have money.
Good. I don't know what I'm gonna use it on, but I'm gonna use it. Does Bash work on Barrage?
I couldn't tell you.
It says normal attack, so I'm gonna assume no.
Someone had pointed out to me before that there is a thread on Hive about how shit works. I have all that I need. Lords. All the time. So the cooldowns don't reset when the map starts, so yeah.
I'm gonna assume if I'm Kurokoro. Wait, I am dumb. could have
I
done
actually
it.
need his Originian thing just so I can have more range.
Whatever. Like it doesn't apply.
Good catapult.
準備 OK よ。
These are healing wards.
Guess that answers that
Question?
question. Fine. It was healing me, but it isn't. That's right. Keep feeding me.
I can't not buy it.
Keep feeding me!
bigger Serpent Ward that has yet to get a single upgrade. Only become stronger. Stronger. I don't know how many times I died that round.
Clenching.
Died quite a lot.
I was clenching.
75% lucky strike, so I died a lot.
I don't know what you're feeding me, but keep feeding me, big boy. He's all about that Stefan.
I don't even know what I'm getting.
I think you're giving me.
I finally died. It's okay, I have 100% lucky strike now.
So basically double damage over and over and over.
Murder.
You also have 21 health.
I also have 21 health.
I also have missing health. What did you do?
It's the same thing.
What did you do? Oh god.
Still getting killed by my wards over here.
I'm cooked. Rip. I have no idea what you took. What a disaster. What have you
Got
done?
exactly what you wanted. I'm so cooked.
More gold is required.
Could have lived near my healing ward. Still don't do enough damage.
It doesn't heal me enough for near enough. Lagged and then I died.
Okay, it's over. I was lagging from all the damage tags. Numbers go up.
Why even bother going for max health plus 50%? I'm never gonna have it.
I think I got this. Thief. I can go buy something useful.
I took some of your money.
Lucky strike.
It turned into skill upgrades.
More damage.
Okay. I didn't die that time, which was mostly because everything died just as it was getting to me. Well, I got a bunch of lucky strike shit.
Top is full of stupid shit right now.
Orb of multi-shot has been maxed out.
I have 330% lucky strike, 65% crit chance, and 670% crit damage.
I have 245 lucky strike. That seems to be changing. 282 critical damage, 70% crit chance. A lot of spell damage bonus I don't think applies to barrage at all.
No.
Not much attack bonus. Some damage bonus. More importantly, I die in one hit. Mostly because someone sucked all my health.
Oh.
Such a freakish amount of damage. I died again. But I died again.
Talent capacity is full.
Too much.
Hardened skin has been maxed out. Now all of my gold is going to turn into damage. Which literally will do absolutely nothing.
Apparently I still have like a page of talents.
Yeah, in that case, you
Maybe
can.
something you took gives you more or something. Well, I've always been able to buy it too, so maybe that's...
Now I'm gonna have like an unholy amount of money.
Yeah, all my money gets turned into damage, I think. So at least it doesn't go to waste.
God, I wish I had more money.
No.
I got.
But I think
Ocean's
it's spell
Tier,
damage bonus, so I don't think it's
mythical
actually
item.
useful.
I mean, I could get that amount.
It helps my
probably,
base ability
but
that does
I just
very
don't
little.
have enough right now.
I have 3 boards and reincarnate. Whenever I die, lucky strike go up. Because my wards are vulnerable.
I have 3 barrages and hardened
Doesn't even
skin.
matter if I die. Everything will die anyways. I don't have enough time for.
Oh, by the way, Ashkes, you do know you can sell the infinite life gem for cash back.
There hasn't been a purpose to yet.
Cooked. Oh, now I can get more talents. Feed me.
Oh.
You get that one?
Primary attribute plus 17.
Innate dream.
No, I did not get that. I got Plana.
Are you a plana?
I guess so. My spell damage bonus is now over 1,000, and I'm still pretty sure it does nothing.
That long to cap out. Healing ward.
Yep, that idle animation's fucked.
Good, this isn't StarCraft 2 and rapidly spinning around.
Oh, that bug got quite a few things. So I'm not sure what this is build though.
There goes autocast.
I do actually do damage, but since your shit is hit scan, they're dead before I hit them.
Yeah. This is one of the kind of the downside of this event. It's like it's kind of easier to be frank. So usually I assume that someone is can carry all over. They can basically just carry at every end without ease. With ease, I mean. Compared to the previous event that at least had more difficulty, even if you're the top tier player. Oh, the carrying one.
More rebirth.
Reaper.
This is where you live now.
You should get the thing that multicast skills.
That's what I have.
Is that what you have?
So this is where you live now.
So many rods.
I have that, and I have the cooldown reset, and everything's on cooldown, so you get like 5 seconds of doing damage.
I died twice.
Oh my god, I just got a
Shield
shiny
is,
spinning
not very
star.
I don't need health, give me more money.
My lucky strike is now 400%, 410. It kind of moves around. The spell damage is 1300, which I still don't think that does anything. The crit damage is 378. And I still die in like one hit.
So much power, but still feels so weak.
I need that talent that like consumes my money and gives me damage.
That's what I have.
Yeah, when you finally get
It's only
so
given
much-
me 81% so far.
It's like just some wars and they just finish up everything. I think they're invulnerable, right? For it?
I don't go invulnerable.
Okay, good.
Just like I think 2 ways of reviving at least, and then I get more lucky strike every time I die.
Well,
Yes! Hero fixed at 1 HP, shield gain is doubled. There is a
Oh.
hope.
Done.
I got 145% crit and 1160 crit damage and 465 lucky strike.
Yeah,
My range is stupid.
Catching up
I
to
have
you.
a range of 3,000. And, Rapidash seems to be the only one who has a higher range than me, I think, right?
Except, apparently switch here.
I think singular serpent ward strikes are killing things.
Yeah, they die before my projectiles even move.
Hey, my singular serpent ward is totally useful, okay?
Oh, my shit's full again.
Doesn't want to give me money.
I've got a lot of money. I think I'm making 7,000 to 8,000 a round or more.
Even more Donkey than Kong.
How did I get a lucky coin?
Yeah, I think the lucky coin, the prime ad with it, it's like can be good, but I think you basically need to be like one of the coin, otherwise gain something that doesn't change that much.
Having a hard time dying every round. Apparently my coin just gained like 16 stacks. Okay. Yeah, I told you it's gonna crash.
Bye.
He doesn't believe me.
Oh god, you got to fuck her. Oh god.
Okay, I dropped all my wards, so the game won itself anyways.
I need a fucking million gold to be able to
Yeah,
buy
there you
this.
That's how thing goes. Well, Rainbow Dash seems to be able to more or less carry at least. To give the impression. So just to be sure, HKS, you basically crashed when you tried to put the wars again or something?
All the wards were dropping, the game crashed.
I guess it's either that for some other reason, or it's
I mean,
one of the
I've
mod-
crashed doing like dozens of different things at this point.
Uh,
I don't even blame the map for crashing. It's Warcraft 3 that needs fixing that Blizzard's never going to.
yeah.
Was that it?
Nah, it's because, but you get into the special extra round now.
Oh, so you can't shop, I see.
I see why I keep dying so much. My damage resistance is negative 50%.
This looks really fucked.
No.
I thoroughly regret picking up that damage, the damage reduction, like, negative. That skill fucking sucked. Was not worth the trade-off.
Something invisible. Slinking. Oh, it's one of the pandas.
I like how me being a melee character, I technically outrange fucking Rainbow Dash.
Well, I'm dead. I'm just gonna AFK because I have to, so.
Yeah, I think Rainbow Dash can just green pea everything, basically. So I intend to host it again unless you guys want another map. The green pea is real. It's real.
You cooking? I see it's cooking. This is killing my frame rate. CJ
The green
Entis
pea
too.
of victory. Ah, when you can win on your opponent. Congrats. Achieve ultimate victory. Game will end in 10 seconds. Was victorious with victory.
Words.
I'll be RB.
So again, another map.
I'm gonna vote again.
All right. Any other votes? For or against? Otherwise, the choice will probably be clear.
And a memento, my Warcraft crashed. I always crash after the game, thankfully.
Are you restarting Warcraft?
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright, I'm back.
Alright. That's inviting people.
Hang on, give me a minute.
Alright. Although I think all of you got the map, so I guess I'll just reinvite fairly quickly.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, inviting people again.
Think I'll be setting up my air conditioner tonight.
Oh. So that you can actually stop dying from heat.
It's
Yeah,
just gonna
well,
calm the
I have
heat
to
out of
take,
overheating someone, just like that.
Yep. I had 2 fans in here, but I had to put one in my grandmother's room because it's toasty in there for her. So I am totally not cooking. I am just gonna turn this thing on.
No.
So I'll probably hook it up after we're all done here. I'll have to clean it out and everything. So. Yeah, the air conditioner has seen a Schwab modification to it a couple years back because the little slats in front of it don't stay up, and I don't know why. So I just stuffed a socket to it.
I thought you were gonna say a spider has been embedded in its frame.
I have killed a large number of spiders, yes. And they do sometimes show up. They're always on the ceiling. So I think they're coming out of the vents, which the vents are full of fans, so I don't know how the spiders are getting into them, but...
They're also probably
I've also
filtered.
I've seen a silverfish a couple years back. That was the biggest silverfish I have ever seen, and I know it came through someone else's unit because it came from the ventilation hole where the...
Only won the silver gotcha, not the
car is
gold.
stuff that went into. Yeah, just silver. Just the 4-star. Already had a dupe from the last place that was infested with the fuckers. This thing was like 10 times their size, though. This thing had be eaten good. That dude was almost big enough to be a fucking, like... You know those big black beetles with, like, the iridescent... They're not June bugs.
Stink
but they're
beetles,
like...
stink bugs.
No, bigger than that. They're like 2 or 3 times the size of those. Well, that's how big the silverfish was.
The only time I've ever seen like beetles get inside is if like a window got left open at night without a screen.
Yeah, beetles are very rare. Beetles don't usually come inside. They hide under things. They're ground dwellers.
Why
Now
are y'all
stink
talking
bugs. The
about
last
bugs?
place was fucking infested.
Well, if you got a lit
Never
room
understood
and
how
you
they-
got an open window going outside with no screen, you'll end up with a menagerie of bugs.
You have to pick.
Yeah, yeah. All of them had
picking.
screens in, but they weren't amazing.
What am I picking?
Pick me.
Pick, otherwise
Yeah,
the game.
What am I
is kinda
picking?
fun.
Hard as you get.
Evan. X3.
This is gonna be cooked.
I like when it gives me the option of gain a talent, it doesn't tell me what the talent is.
Me too.
Does not cost lumber and does not consume a purchase. No words this time.
I think we're cooked then.
Have to learn to play. Ricky is turned perverted. Well, more than usual, I guess.
I'm coming into this with absolutely no skills
Coming
whatsoever.
into this, huh?
I'm coming into this. I don't even know what talent I just took.
Good talent do I have?
Good talent do I have?
I'm not paying
Oh.
attention to anything.
At least managed to get the gold stuff, Max. Should have at the beginning.
Hmm?
Well, that gold item that you get plus 800 gold per stack use.
Yeah,
So you
I
get
got it.
at least 2,400.
More importantly, I got the boots though. Those seem to be one of the most important early items to get.
Yeah. Because you need to dodge! Why do you not dodge?
Last time I played a caster in this map, it was just an absolute disaster. So I'm expecting this to be worse because of the innate reduction they get on extreme. Oh no!
Somebody that's front.
This is the worst it could have possibly been.
Yeah, somebody that we can heal.
Fucking archers.
Yeah, it will probably be Randall that job to try to bring them down. What they can go to. Although I think he will die first of everything else, unfortunately.
Whoa.
Hello.
Hello!
Please.
Don't
God
forget
damn
to
it.
drink
At
your
least I killed the
pod.
catapult.
If I get the drink, you restore. I know that it might not be the healthiest option, but still.
Oh my god, he's sucking you off.
Drink!
Thank fucking god, it's over.
Only just beginning.
luck. I think Bash will hit everything on the multi-shot. But good luck staying alive in this.
Yeah, but basically, if he got that plus the bind shield,
Of not being able to stop.
clearly not going to go well. This is not going
I believe.
This is why I
He's
just
got
take the
us.
wards when it's an option, because fuck that.
Oh well. Did it indeed. Guess I'll just reels again.
I think that was just a bunch of bad rolls for everyone.
Most of the talents just don't give you power at all. They're just multipliers, and if you don't have anything to multiply, it doesn't do anything.
Mass reinfighting. Alright. Pushing the magical button of destiny. Oh.
Just stuff him into referee for a moment.
Alright.
Denied.
What an
Aw.
ass!
Ah, the Lord. But I guess it's also because if it loads very, very, very slowly in, you might not be able to pick the event in time as well. So
That's
I'm
not
not
how
sure.
Warcraft 3 works, Ricky. That would be an instant desync.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, so I was like, oh, or in case that he doesn't react quick enough. So this is what I kind of dislike about this map. It's like, oh, if it is host as force, either it should default to something if the host is long
It's an information
gone.
heavy game that just assumes you knew everything before you started playing.
Yeah.
I said one of the things
Why
on the
don't you know
fruit
everything?
is to give you a talent, but it doesn't tell you what that talent does, even briefly. Time for barrage.
Well, I'm just gonna be hustling, I guess, this time. After each resurrection increases your lucky strike by 10%.
That's what I had. Said the wards would stick around to kill everything after I died several times. You ready for it?
No.
Well,
Well, I don't know if it would be enough. I already have a bunch of end of round bonuses that will also make the Aegis stronger.
I don't really have much. Save me, Q. You didn't save me.
The trees is wrecked. All the trees are wrecked.
That happens.
I see a cow running away. Ah. For Max, just for this very, very, very reason.
I died. I was wondering why the healing words weren't healing me.
So what the fuck is a shop skill area of effect plus 5%?
Any skill that has an area of effect.
Good question.
on
I'll let you
the
know if I ever
skill
figure it
shop
out.
Would be my guess.
I guess.
So any skill that would have like when it lands or something, most likely actives, would be my guess. That or stuff like
That was a
cleaning
complete
or-
waste. Maybe not entirely.
Very nice. You managed to get the treasure chest very soon. Bug.
Yeah.
Might want to get the Ankh if you can one, by the way.
Yeah.
Revive never hurts. Oh my god, Max, do you have that thing that drains your HP when you do the damage or something? Oh my god. Don't forget your bow, chance. Your bot!
Looks like Vampiric Aura doesn't affect spells. Pulverize doesn't affect spells.
Your bot! Drink! Otter is under attack.
Yes, there's two of them.
I think at least two.
I didn't want to do anything anyway. My mana shield is back.
Yeah, but from bigger boss, unless you manage to get an insane amount, like from the +1 max MP, EPS, stuff like that, might not be enough. Guess this is it again.
It probably didn't help that I had to get up and go take a quick piss because for some reason my bladder decided to say, if you don't go now, you're gonna piss your goddamn pants.
Alright. Again, you want another map?
Something else?
Okay. Alright. Sounds good to me. Assuming it holds for a certain someone, but we'll see.
Assuming it's just going to crash.
Possibly.
More likely, Ricky will leave again.
Nah. Have no reason this time. other than saving face on an impending defeat. Protect my cheesy behind. I'll load my full map folder. Waiting a bit before I do something and and Blizzard fuck me over. Really should probably just put the most hosted map on that secondary map folder so that I don't get boot half of the time back to alright. Alright. Mass inviting people.
How could this happen?
No. We'll be united
Ricky
as
must
one.
die. Ricky must die. That's the law of the jungle. The rules of nature.
Seems so.
Although it's gonna be cute killing Ricky. I'll take it.
Told ya.
Yeah. Yet your soul has said fuck you about it.
That's crazy. I wonder why it crashes just for you. Have you tried like deleting your local version of the map?
Tried deleting Ricky.
I was about to! You did this. You saved him.
Yes, it will be. Yes, it will be yet another one. But I might have the perfect one. It has been a while. That's done.
I like how the way Direct Strike is doing this is using a set ability tooltip.
I pick something else.
Just tabbed out. I was looking at what was actually in the save data of this stupid map. You gonna invite me again?
I think I
No.
just did. I'll do it yet again. Go.
You would.
Press start.
Look at that ass!
I think I just fucked up my music by accident. Guess I still got the sound of release.
You ever been boned before?
No, I don't have the music. I have the sound, but not the music. I just used my most precious thing. Oh god! Ah! Can revive, but it's like
See ya, I guess.
like wait a good spot here. Revive.
You died, lol. You did what I wasn't gonna try to do when I saw it wasn't gonna work. My booty was not prepared. My prepared was not booty. Why is there? Oh, I see. There is two of you.
Oh damn it. What? Oh, I have to. Oh, fuck. Sorry, damn it. Fuck up with that revive yet again. Because it's like, oh, you have to hold the key, not just grab. You see, you fuck up the first time by accident. Yeah, usually you have to hit the revive just. What? I did fucking hold it. I did hold it and it didn't want to revive. Fuck. And I did intentionally to pick just to revive the guy. No, fuck no. I tried like 5 times to revive and unused as well, holding down. Like, these are some bullshit I'm really not. Oh, come on, I'm just... Oh, I just understand. When used while holding as in the down key and not holding down the S key lock. Oh, well, you can not understand it. Down close, really should have said key. Oh my god, damn it.
The wonders of a boss is 50% magic resist, and I'm pretty sure most of us do magic damage.
can actually shoot above as well. Oh, go up. Oh, god damn it, why I'm still jumping like a...
Cooked!
Oh god, I got it. Fuck.
Cooked.
Oh no, no.
Easy.
Go.
Rainbow Dash vomited on him.
So close. Okay, I clearly need more health when I lost. I think I'll probably turn off the coin challenge. I'm dying uselessly. So often. I'm losing gold.
Why the fuck are you puking math at me?
I'm not gonna bother turning it on because I always fucking die.
I really need it. Please! Oh, god damn it!
I took a bullet for you. And you died anyways.
Oh, platform ring time.
It's okay. I believe in the puke train. Never mind it. It's Jover. You no longer can vomit into each other's mouth like overactive birds. But who's the mommy? That didn't hit you? What? 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 I don't understand this game. Math.
Depends, you can use an invulnerability and such. The last second in this map.
Slashes are facing the wrong direction, by the way.
I like the fireball that went right through you. It's okay, I believe in Q and the power of magnets. Those fireballs are facing the wrong direction, too. Ah!
Okay.
It was cooked.
It will.
I produced 10
I'm gonna call
units.
it here.
That's crazy.
Check. Yeah. I did disable music by accident.
That's cooked. That's crazy.
Wow. Might as well again.
I gotta go AFK, so I'll join, but I'll be mostly spectating.
Okay.
Gotta deal with drugs. I wanna have a snack. I'm hungry.
No.
So I'm just gonna put on some soup. It won't take too long. You can just start.
Alright. That's inviting people.
Rage quit.
Oh, you have to restart. Did I miss the bug? Oh, okay, okay. Ride me! No. Kind of curious, actually. Fine, fine. I trust you, Q. Go! Careful. Ah! What? Before special. Just in time.
I was riding a Frenchman.
Yeah. You rode him well.
It was oddly erotic. Wait, what's these two?
Yes. I'm one, and she gets us outside your
I can't believe Yoshi can just maliciously abduct people into riding him.
Yep. Careful, Mac. We we pretty much need your ultimate to, I think, to survive that one, if only because there's a hard thing about him. Oh! Okay, Max, when it will be close to his ultimate, you'll probably need to spin your hammer when it will call like a lot of fire through. Otherwise, he will regain his HP a lot. And he will be almost... Okay, so... No, don't use the hammer now! Oh, God! Okay, now it's the time. Hurry up, hurry up. The hammer! Get up.
Dude, it's fucking psychotic seeing you both throw up on each other.
Prepare yourself for the hammer next time. Get behind, okay. Go. Hammer time. Yeah, but already
It doesn't last very long.
Well, if you already prevent like half of the regen, it's already like okay, go. Fuck. Hurry up. Go. No.
How do you feel about riding your French steed?
Almost dead, by the way.
Probably smells of bagels and cheese.
Fuck. Hammer time.
Oh, God damn it.
Fuck, seriously.
I thought it was a duration you can move with it for a second. It is actually very hard to get in on this guy's melee and not take a hit in the process.
Several of the bosses in this are just
Because
ass for
Avid
most
shit has
of the
like some kind of
heroes.
movement with it. Because he can accelerate pretty quickly, so unless you're on a ledge or near a jumper, you're kind of screwed. Ricky, you're making slurping noises. And yeah, him being on below that ledge, activating his ultimate, and then sucking himself on top of the ledge was very unfortunate. Because if he had just come back down to ground level, I would have been in a good position to just use the jumper on him.
Indeed.
Oh, so someone is burning tar or something outside again.
No. So one last slower try or something else?
I'm gonna have to grab my soup in a moment. Or at
Something
least turn it
else?
off and then grab it a few minutes after.
No.
Oh, beer bee.
Oh. Iron Fire, send the invite. Although I think it's Night Guess, I'm not sure.
I didn't want to play that.
Okay, you don't want to play it again?
Also just a
Alright.
penalty if I'm in the game.
Alright. Oh, there. No! Why? I died pointlessly! Grass.
Dude, when you go through that hole, it sounds like a high-pitched fart.
Well,
I was slightly cooked, but I had to go AFK anyways because I got pick up my soup.
fuck. Oh, there's a delay. Fuck. I was trying to use the wind and blow up so that it give something to block for everyone, including you. But
You used it, but then it wore off.
yeah,
And
actually,
then you
I've
just kind of
just
stood
used
there.
it on. I really should have used it to just
You
to
got
get
farted
longer
on.
and invulnerability instead.
I don't understand why Yoshi throws Sonics around. That's crazy.
It will.
Cooked.
It will. Alright. I'm kind of done for tonight, so I'll call it a night.
Good night. Thanks, everyone.
Night.
Thanks for coming.
Good night.
Alright. Good night.
Rage quit. Will it load? Or will it crash? That's the question. That's the $1 million question.
Hmm.
Hold your horses.
Horses cannot be held. They can only be petted softly.
Hang on, we're gonna try this. There's a curiosity, you see.
Curiosity.
How do you invite people to a game?
Are you trying to run
How do you
Lolladins
invite
of
people to-
Legend?
Maybe.
Didn't we already establish it kind of worked?
Yeah, but how do I invite you to it?
You click on an empty slot.
Oh, that's awkward.
I think we tried this at one point a while ago and it kind of worked.
Well, you seem to have it, so it must work.
Are you suggesting
you
you just
content.
work on this instead?
I was sitting here and I was eating my soup. And I was staring at Q trying to solo this map because we're all fucking bad. And I thought, wouldn't it be fucking funny if you just made Lolladins of Legend work?
I mean, technically
Except
I
the
could
amount
make
of
it
work in that
actually
would be,
work.
The amount of labor in that would be quite significant.
Not
Actually,
really
pretty
any more
significant
than
for the both of us, 'cause I
probably less than TGS, really.
forgot how cooked this is. I mean, it's probably both more work and less work. Because I think the systems in this actually kind of function as they are. The Staho teleportation is still in here.
would honestly be the only work is actually porting anything, because I would not be doing it in JS.
Oh yeah, good luck with that. Just only using the old whatever the fuck.
It's also kind of trivial for
And then whatever
TGS.
build did to make it work. The may I direct your attention to the scoreboard? In fact, we have some empty slots, and it only shows you, for example.
Yeah, that was something I purposefully fixed in TGS, because before it would just show empty
Yeah.
slots.
Yeah.
Like, half
I'm
of the
hitting something
things
for
that I
69.
put in TGS could just be ripped out of that fucking map as is. This is what happens when you actually write something that doesn't directly rely on the map, or Warcraft 3 that much for that matter.
My song is yours. I'm hooked.
I don't understand a damn thing. So concerned
Me
about you
neither.
having something spicy waiting for me in this map.
You know, I don't know. There could be. I suggest not looking at any tooltips.
My song echoes from the depths. Don't be afraid.
I think you were a little more serious with this map.
Ashvalalathar.
Well, as serious as Volden's the Legends God, anyways.
I'm hooked.
I think the most that this map has is euphemisms.
Flails
But I
away
could
with
be
his
wrong.
swords floating over his head.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that are just busted that it's like, it's so long ago I can't remember if it was always that way. There's a good chance it was, but there's a lot of things in here that are like,
Sailor by land or sea.
I look at the particle effects or the models and I just cringe out of my skin.
My
Definitely a
song
lot of
is
them are going to have
yours.
the similar problems that
This map also already had the whole roadblock issue, and you'd have to like immediately get into the fucking lane splitting shit I had to do.
yeah, I don't think that exists. I don't think that exists. Does it exist in this? No, because the extra player slots did not exist. I'm not sure if that exists in this map at all.
And waiting with bated breath.
But
Right
yeah,
again with
this would
blank.
definitely benefit from it.
I mean, I legitimately don't know what to do with fucking TGS, because I don't like where the map is personally, which doesn't help me wanting to work on it. And there's also just... I don't know, a resistance to work together or to ask me to do something with the fucking abilities and shit. He really has just deleted things rather than, like, letting me fix them.
Blank fly distance. Yeah, that's fucked.
Yeah,
Oh my god. I don't know. I can click models. Maybe I did do something with hit test on them. Wow, some of the death animations and other stuff are pretty cooked. I remember the actual process of porting stuff was really slow and had to use like 1001 tools. Today I don't know if half that's even possible anymore because WoW model viewer doesn't even work anymore. And had for a long time.
that was just one way of finding the models. Also pretty sure at this point I just want to invest in actually making something in Unreal.
Yeah, I couldn't willfully force myself to work something in Warcraft 3. Especially if it's like porting stuff, it takes me probably like... I distinctly remember Warcraft 3 ports like a character taking upwards of 8 hours a piece.
The map didn't even really need more models, it just
Before I
needed
made some stuff
technical shit
optimized,
done on
but,
it.
like,
Because
as a
Tippereth and
comparison,
Q were
it's a lot
like
more
the
work.
only ones actually doing anything related to triggers. Fuck.
So it's like all that work, porting a model into Warcraft 3, I can do it in Unreal faster. It'll look better. I can make actually like heavily edited assets for it, like normals and shit that'll actually work.
I'm not talking about that kind of working in Unreal.
I mean, well, that's just an example. It's like literally anything. Like, if it came to Warcraft 3, if I wanted to make something, I already tried to make a campaign and a piece of shit crashed non-stop. And it was just impossible to fix because their AI is just so unstable. There's no error handling or anything whatsoever. It was like, I wasted a couple days of work trying to fix this, and it was just pointless. And it's like, well, yeah, sure, it might have been a really funny project, but it's just literally impossible for me to fix it and make it work. So, Unreal, I don't really have that problem. The rare time I crash it, it's usually something that is just, they fucked up and gets fixed in a patch.
You're
Or
also
it's
usually
like
only
created
doing
that
things in
5x0.
blueprints.
Yeah. Whereas in Warcraft 3, it's like you would have to learn fucking NAT or whatever, and I am not learning that. Especially for something as niche as Warcraft 3.
I'm hooked.
To ultimately make something that would be inferior to what you'd make in Unreal anyways.
The .NET part was trivial. The reason you're using .NET is because JS is loosely typed and has an extraordinary amount of limitation. Well, more specifically, JS isn't in the picture. Lua is loosely typed and can be confusing to use, whereas doing everything in C#, if something's the wrong type or something's incompatible, it's just plainly going to tell you. You have to go in the game to find out that your thing doesn't work. It's just other little gotchas because it doesn't support absolutely everything. Some C# standards that Ryder may suggest doesn't actually work in it because they're unsupported. A lot of it is just translating C# into Lua, and most of it works perfectly fine. It's really easy to work in Warcraft 3 when you want to, say, have an ability. You don't have to go through all this random bullshit that you had to do in Warcraft 3 where you're either making arrays to hold ability references or shit for players or all sorts of utter insanity. Like, so much of Warcraft 3 was just multi-dimensional arrays out the ass. With C# and Lua, I can literally just create a new object effectively. Just use that. And when I'm done with it, it just gets thrown away and it's done.
Interesting.
That's even something that we don't have in TGS because things are just handled properly. And even why we have recurring or damage recursion, I'm not sure. Someone was doing something naughty.
I like that it's only the final level
Probably
that's causing an error, and not the
also trying to that's the main problem with Warcraft 3 is, as I've told Vetrius, he says that, oh, I've told this person and that person that worked on Reforged or works on Reforged, I don't fucking know. I told them, you know, if you've actually got some contact with somebody, tell them to add the fucking ability ID to damage events. It's one of those things that there's like 20 different fucking workarounds just to figure out what ability caused damage so you can modify its damage accordingly. The alternative is just you make every ability in Lua and just never use the ability system for damage. It's kind of utterly psychotic. That's kind of the awkward place that TGS is in right now, is because any ability that's triggered, well, that just works. Any ability that's not triggered, well, that's its own thing. Outside of one system and one's in another, and nothing really works the way you would want very easily. And there's no easy way to fix it. It's literally just because there's no ability IDs attached to that event payload. That is the whole problem. They could fix this over. What?
Have you tried paying it?
They could have fixed a lot of
This is
things
fucked.
in Warcraft 3 if they just added that. Like, didn't even break compatibility. Just
I'm getting a lot of division upgrades.
yeah, even those triggers, like, I couldn't even understand why that was a problem in the first place, or it was because like everybody had wood and everybody could upgrade to something.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid.
But I thought it was
My dudes are already
like
jammed.
something else stupid that like one person could upgrade multiple times.
It wasn't synced, yeah.
Hey, sailor. Don't be afraid.
Quite honestly, like, just what I've dealt with in TGS is like extra large maps like this don't really
I'm
help the gameplay.
on my way.
I think it needs to be larger yet, so that when we add flying mounts, it's more impactful.
Research complete.
But only after the reputation grind that sends you across the entire map.
Research complete. Research complete. Research
My
complete.
song is yours.
Your triggers has upgraded the Lawleden army with blank. Its blank is
Yeah,
upgraded
yeah, that's
with
normal.
blank.
That's not unusual. It's always been like that. Because I had to make a trigger name for each and every individual one, and then they were getting changed, and I was like, yeah, it's too much work.
It was kind of the thing that I didn't mind about like working on TGS with C# and stuff, and a little bit more modern shit, is just because it let me just problem solve some things. And actually like figure out how would you handle something like this or like that. Because Unreal can kind of throw a lot at you and make things a little more confusing sometimes. It's also just there's like more gameplay systems to interact with. I'm not even entirely sure how you would handle a lot of things in gas, just because Gas is meant to be robust and handle a lot of shit, but it also makes it quite complicated to manage. It's supposed to be able to handle prediction and everything else for you. That you have to set all that up correctly, or things just kind of don't work, or you might end up with things working differently on the server. I was also just kind of considering some of the other issues that you'd commonly see in, like, say, the Vampire Survivor sort of idea, is that there potentially be a lot of things on the screen for, like, you know, say more scripted attacks. And I was considering that in multiplayer, you don't really need to manage every single piece individually. You could actually just boil it down to like a fucking alpha playing an animation. Like the only thing you need to replicate.
Or a Niagara system.
Well, I'm talking about replication, and Niagara does not help with that. Niagara would be the way to drive it itself, like as the effects, but to like actually replicate it to somebody else, that's the complicated part.
Oh my god. I can't launch it. Oh my god.
This is why I have a gun in Warframe called that. Kind of forgot that this map instead had text tags for all the ability uses.
Yes.
Our allies' town is under siege.
My lands are unrecoverable disaster. It's just full of whelps and fell. Oh my god! I'm not even going to talk about what's in my face.
I can see your lanes are stuck.
Yeah, they've been stuck for a while, but that's small fry compared to the actual spawners right now.
That's also kind of what I meant
is like
about
TGS,
the maps
stuck.
being bigger not really helping, is because you're going to have units have to travel that. Up my nuts.
Our hero has fallen.
You don't even have a death timer.
Nope.
Our allies' town is under siege.
Because I still
This man
remember
knows
all
like
of
your
the discussions about items and stuff, and your main opposition to having items is you didn't want to have a Dota recipe system.
Our allies' town is under
That, and also since the heroes were in such an unstable state, it was going to really throw balancing anything to the wind. It really didn't help that Tippereth had a lot of really like one-shot gimmick shit in it. And
I know
just
my
foresaw
hero
a
in
situation
particular is
where-
also kind of really strong, but it's also because of the way Warcraft 3 functions. I don't think I've even looked at this map to see what kind of triggers were in it.
I don't recommend it.
research.
Even I know not what dwells in that.
Research complete.
I'm waiting with bated breath.
Sometimes I think that Vitreous followed the same school of thought I had with this map. Which is everything needs a million passes and critical strike and evasion and so on. It's very
I don't even
reminiscent.
mind that kind of stuff, but it's like... You saw how much I was dying just trying to kill, like, the first and second fucking creep camps. Like, that wasn't supposed to ever be a thing.
Yep.
They were supposed to be something you could go and kill. Like, quite literally, you were the jungler, effectively, you could be. It just sort of became a thing when the camps were respawning.
I cannot believe how many whelps there are. It is beyond imagination.
The only thing that got over here is a Doak master.
There's some good shit in here.
But I know that it's just...
This is for you.
I like that TGS is kind of support your army to win. But then the towers became so fucking strong that it made that impossible. All the waves would just get up to the enemy base and just fold. Like, if you had strong defenses, they should have only ever been player built for a lot of money. Which you kind of now only get some loose idea of how much money was like flowing through the map. Which I kind of needed to figure out in order to like even change anything to suit it before.
I looked on my way. My song is yours. I looked.
Yeah, like, I'm probably going down the upgrade route of, like, completely, absolutely fucking everything on my side. Upgrading the infantry. Then you upgrade the support, and then everything goes to shit. But it's even just like the kind of thought is like you don't necessarily need items with stats on them. Like, realistically, I could make items that would just modify the abilities instead. There's a lot of options you could take with things. Be a little more involved than just making somebody outright stronger, but then you kind of need items that like when you have stat items, especially with Blizzard's like int strength and agility shit, is that you practically need everything to like honestly the whole strength agility int thing doesn't function. As soon as you go out of what Warcraft 3 uses for abilities, the whole system just falls apart. I mean, you add enough items, like whoever's got more health is going to win, because health is the harder thing to increase dramatically. If you can increase your damage and your health, well then you're golden. That's why Fat always ends up winning. Just in TGS now there's enough things to increase your spell damage that you can kind of deal with Fat. But then everybody that isn't Fat just gets erased instantly. I kept giving him shit about lowering the max, or lowering the health that Strength gave, because it's going to make like int heroes even squishier. And because the way Warcraft 3 stat growth and stat assignments work for heroes, it's not very easy to make some, like, you can't make someone's health grow independently. It's through strength. So, I have no idea what you have back there, but I can tell how much there is because the map is, like, fluctuating 35 to 40 FPS.
Well, you know how big the spawn area is? Imagine that is packed with...
Well, I can see as this is getting revealed back here.
This is nothing. Like I said, In the spawning area, it's 1,000 times worse.
This is just a loose idea of how much is back there. I mean, there's even just like the absolutely stupid things, like him complaining about like, oh, the footman's got 10 armor. It's like, Lucky had told us how many hours he spent just letting the game run in the background, just to see which side would push up on each other, and actually had it balanced.
Yep.
I kind of kept it balanced despite all the changes I did. Like, one side wasn't really pushing up on the other. But now there's definitely one side pushing up on the other quite all the time. Like, the map's just, like, taking a complete departure to what it was. I don't like it. He also doesn't want to cooperate with the person that can just, like, freely script fucking anything. Just say what it is. Yeah, well...
What? Ugh. Why does the car do 400 damage? My god.
Because it's a car. You're getting hit by a car.
Is this the Isekai simulator I was promised?
This is where you isekai yourself. You become truck kun. The further I see down this lane, the more I can see everything.
Okay, you're working away at the bottom and top lane slowly. Soon, the real tragedy will be unveiled to you.
Real tragedy will be when
And
I
God help
revive
you if
and
you ever
start
free
getting
with it.
support. I forget where what level the divisions went up to.
10?
My song echoes from
They usually had a special intersection breakpoint at 5 with a certain number of them, but they capped at 10.
And if you had 2 of them, then you'd get something else as well.
Yeah, well, whatever was developed, and I sure as hell am not going to remember enough to tell you what was developed.
I know the popular thing for at least Lolladins was getting infantry and holy.
Yeah.
Research complete. Research complete.
I think once you get, what is it, the Lullanels, they just tank everything.
Hey, sailor. On my way.
I die and everything just gets immediately pushed back. Because there was a whelp in the background.
God bless.
I'm waiting with bated breath.
My mid lane is trying to traverse somewhere incomprehensible. I see a lot of green creep indicators on the mini-map.
Done.
There you go. Your bottom lane is starting to push up now.
Don't be afraid.
Oh my god, they're flying around.
My song is yours. Hey, sailor.
The summon boners give gold. I see, I also had that problem.
I'd also honestly like to have more than 6 items available, but actually have a little more restriction to what you can have.
Oh my god! There was the burst of lag and I was just dead. It's just like TGS all over again.
Are you even getting lag in this? Other than being 20 FPS right now?
It is stalling pretty hard every now and then, down to like 14. That was the first hard stall I've had for a while. Normally it's running around 40 FPS, sometimes going up to 50. I think it's when they're trying to update the waves or something.
Yeah,
It's
there's
causing
too
more
much
lag.
shit right now.
Apparently I wasn't using my custom old fucking, unless maybe I summoned them with the last division, I'm not sure.
The Lolanels.
My song is yours.
Yeah, they're really tanky is what I remember, and they do a lot of damage. I've got a count of politicians and salesmen waiting for you.
Assuming that's the wave spawning that's causing lag. So because you probably don't have anywhere to put units. Let's go to expand the area and expand the area, and then it just like eventually finds something.
The archers are
Some
slowly
units I
running
do
through
feel
all the
like I
stories.
regret clicking on.
Listen, you are an authentic archivist.
Necromancy that's not necromancy and fences. Yes, how could anyone forget Tippereth's fascination with the failsafe?
Yes. Was that 4? I went down to 1.
I don't know what tools are even available for Warcraft 3. I imagine because a lot of people are still working on this shit, there's probably like some newer ones.
For the models, the last thing I used, or at least that I looked at, was actually a Linkboy's thing for 3ds Max, which seemed to be more feature-filled than most of them, but I think I still had to do some stuff in Magos, or at least it was easier. I think what I had cut out the MDL viz aspect of it, but man, that was literally over 10 years ago that I last looked at that. Now my 3ds Max doesn't even launch anymore, so I couldn't even tell you.
I wouldn't want to be in a position of needing to use Max anyways.
I would rather use Max than Blender if I could, just because it's so much easier to do stuff in Max, but I think actually even the Actor X importer for Blender is more advanced, and if I had read correctly, it handles some of the smoothing bugs I ran into, because the Actor X importer for 3ds Max, I ran into an issue when I was doing StarCraft 2 stuff. I don't know if it still does it, but it would duplicate faces, or rather it would duplicate vertices, and I'd have to weld them. And any specific tangent information I got, anything like that, I'm not sure if it even came out.
It just fucking died
Probably
when
didn't
that
get
tower
that.
died.
Do you like some of those particle effects we got here? They're really good. Some of the good ones I made, but there's some Hive Workshop. I watched that in glorious 1 FPS.
I was at 90% of health one frame and then I was dead the next.
Yeah, there's a lot of ranged in there, a lot of catapults and other shit. And it just fucking died when you went up there.
Nothing in particular died when I killed that turret up there. Wasn't so bad, but now we're at frames
This is
per
like
sec-
alright.
We're at seconds per frame now.
I'm actually still getting like 3 FPS.
You are entirely the blockade, because, like, my lanes are still clear.
My song echoes from deep.
I'm not sure if the creepy division was ever even worked on. Guess we're gonna find out. I thought I was supposed to get a mega tank when I researched those two, but... Oh, I do have a mega tank. I never used the white texture I made way back in fucking 2007, 2008 or whatever it was. Maybe I don't even have it anymore. That's a possibility. We're starting to take a hit as you tickle the bottom here.
I'm at 0.3 FPS.
Top lane has Huh?
I'm at 0.3 FPS.
0.3? I'm at 2.
The game is actually unplayable now. This is like late game castle fight.
It's a little... Yeah. There are so many dudes, holy shit.
Yeah, I don't remember when it was, but I just decided I was going to host this map one day during Warcraft 3. It was a while ago now, I think.
Diabolical salesman powers. You hosted this map.
Yeah.
That must have been a hoot.
This is before I was streaming, I think.
Fucking Lolanels are just mowing through everything I can see in between the frames here. Oh, I'm starting to hit 1 FPS. 0.9. I think it's because the bottom lane is being tickled and the mid lane. They're stepping forth into the horror and the abyss. I still have 28 MS. That's crazy. I've never had MS that low to anything before. Do we have a JD?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? What did you do to her?
I was gonna ask if she wanted to do gunfire or something after, but she hasn't been around.
Goonfire. Too busy being popular and successful. Yeah, I thought that your lanes might clear out our... Wait, my top lane is actually moving. What the fuck? Yes, they're cutting through the lane, past it. Because that's broken for some reason mysteriously partway through the map. It's kind of funny how Warcraft 3 just like... It slows down, and then it just hits that point, and the whole thing just keels over instantly. Yeah, it's definitely cooked. I'm just gonna leave at this point. If it lets me. There we go. Texture streaming was 6 gigabytes over budget. Ain't that just crazy?
Yeah, I've also thoroughly been burned on like actually working on TGS just because twice he gave me an old map that I had to redo a bunch of shit on. And then he's just like, oh yeah, this fixed, and then it wasn't fixed.
At least he has the confidence.
Then he gives me sass about that I broke this or I broke that. And this worked for me in his completely isolated test map.
Works on my machine.
Yeah, now I'm at 0.2 FPS.
I left. I just quit the game.
I only just said that now.
I said that a minute ago when I did it.
I only said that in game just now.
Oh, yeah.
For a
I
frame
thought it
that I
might have
happened to
started
look, and
speeding
now
up.
it's gone again.
I thought I might have started speeding up as you started milling through the base, but sometimes I feel like Warcraft 3 never truly fully recovers.
I guess it would be whatever you consider to be Warcraft 3's version of sim speed.
Yeah.
At some point, it just kind of crashes and doesn't really get better unless the whole map is cleared out.
Our allies' town is under siege.
The game especially gets upset when you don't have anywhere to spawn things.
Yeah, there was definitely some little tight bundles of 1,000,000 dragons.
Because
in
it's
that
like
place.
kind of the funny thing. Like if I could actually get up there and spend my 6 wood, the Holy Division upgrades would probably be enough to push in. But I'm not going to get up there with this. Like,
I had maxed out like 4 divisions and was working on the other one, but they didn't really spawn that much that I thought they were gonna spawn. But I just don't remember anything about that map.
I don't even know what the map is called.
It's literally called Lolden's a Legend. I think.
Yeah, when I look at this, I have, as far as larger maps go, the biggest is Lulladin Cox 019 Emude.
That might be it.
2008.
If I knew where my Warcraft 3 directory was, I could tell you, but I'm pretty sure Emute is 2008 doesn't really sound right though. Was that even when that happened?
This is the map.
Oh, or you know.
I'm also pretty sure this map is in such a state that if you dare touch the terrain, the whole thing would fuck up, I recall.
Yes. Do not touch the terrain.
Poor Giant
Unless you have a death wish.
created a complete and utter bastardization of whatever Warcraft 3 calls the terrain engine.
Warcraft 3 made something that made Warcraft 3 take so long to start. Because of all the fucking cliffs.
Yeah, I know I wanted, like, nothing to do with jazz, so I don't think I ever really looked at the map.
I know that when I looked at it, it made no
This
sense.
isn't even really using jazz in a lot of cases. This is using GUI, which is even grosser.
Even the GUI had reached a point I still couldn't understand it.
And why are we constantly, like, registering and unregistering damage events?
Hmm.
It's like, I just said fuck it in TGS, and just, like, everything is subject to these. This is like trying to add and remove them as they're, like, spawning in and dying and other silliness I don't really understand. The damage event system trigger add damage is by Shadow 1500 and is at wc3jazz.com. Damage events may not work with units revived by resurrection, animate dead, or ancestral spirit. This may be fixed by removing the unit summoned by these abilities and adding another of the same type, thereby registering an event for these new units. So this is an amalgamation of just shit being added. And yeah, it's kind of the other thing as well with TGS is like it didn't need all these extra heroes. It needed more specialization, if anything, of things. It didn't need a dozen more abilities or several dozen more abilities at this point, most of which aren't even implemented because he probably can't figure out how to do them in triggers or not in triggers. I really don't know what he's doing. Even as I'm telling him, like, oh, I could just remake the orb system. And then we don't have to worry about all the orb bullshit. If we want things to stack, they'll stack and it'll just work. What does he do? Just kind of go silent whenever I bring it up. More concerned about this or that or the other thing, and I don't fucking know. But it's like True Strike and things like that not working are just because they were never changed to function with this system, because they basically had to be turned into like dummy abilities for merely you seeing you have this. And then this would be accounted for in the damage triggers, but that never got that far. Because he seems to have some idea what he wants to do with things, but then if he can't get them done himself, they just don't get done and they get deleted. And I even told him several times, like, you could just tell me that this needs to be done in triggers because you can't figure it out, and I just do it. Because I have things set up in such a way that adding things isn't that difficult anymore. I've done all that hard part. The only thing I couldn't figure out is like, well, how would I differentiate Black Arrow from your Black Arrow skill to the Black Arrow coming from an item? Because originally I was like, well, maybe we don't have types of abilities stacking, so like you can't have multiple Black Arrows, for example. But that also wasn't really working so well, because I figured, well, it could just be dictated as a level, but it just gets complicated. Because then everything needs to like also actually be assigned properly, like to being this level. Like this item is always level 3. When your Black Arrow is like level 3 or higher, then we just overwrite that one and you don't use that orb until you... But then how do you reactivate it? And all this other kind of shit that you'd have to like check the inventory and see like, do we have an item we want to re-add an orb for? Or just store how many orbs we have and what we're not using. Like, some things are just were giving me a bit of a headache, also because it's like fucking last minuting shit constantly, because the map had just things I had done getting undone and a bunch of other shit. And then I'm just trying to like last minute fix this or that or the other thing. I'm trying to figure out, like, Because that's the whole problem solving, is you have to figure out, how do I want to do this in code? Which usually means, like, things have to be changed around a little bit so it's more manageable. Because things are a hell of a lot easier to deal with when they're stored away in some manner that isn't an utter pain in the ass to deal with. But Warcraft 3, for example, Lua, like, you know, in Unreal, because, like, the way Blueprints works in a lot of ways is, like, analogous to C++. Or just the way C works, I guess. But it might be more specifically C++. I honestly don't know the difference between the two all that much, other than the whole... whatever the fuck, the hierarchy or other crap, the object-oriented parts. Which a lot of people these days are learning that you don't even really need to use it. And because of Casey, Fat Strux. Just don't over specialize things and just have a big struct. But there's just, like, you can't... I was trying to remember what I was getting at there. You can't get the static values of a class without constructing it in Warcraft 3. It's like in Unreal and C++, you can get the default values out of a class without making it. So you can just see, like, you know... Like, I'm trying to remember what made this so difficult to deal with. Because, like, you kind of have the ability to use interfaces, but you can't pass a class around. You can't just check if something is a class. You can't use something as a class. You can't construct something based on its class. You have to have a bunch of really specific construction-related bullshit. Which is what was giving me problems. Because originally I had an enumerator to figure out, well, this is what type of orb this is, so it's Black Arrow. The problem is that you've got Black Arrow, and then you've got, like, it's an orb type. But if they have, like, say that Ooze Orb that is also Black Arrow, and then actual Black Arrow, in Lua, how do you tell which is the one coming in? You can't really. You can't see what class it is.
Amazing.
Maybe that wasn't specifically the problem, but there... It was something that just completely roadblocked my whole plan, and I had to, like, last minute rethink of how to deal with it, which is just kind of turned into being able to use the Ooze Orb and Black Arrow at the same time, because I couldn't figure out how to differentiate them properly, because everything kind of branches into, at some point you have to construct this particular class in order to get something out of it. It's like, quite honestly, if I were given the choice, I would have, like, made fucking TTS in StarCraft 2, just because StarCraft 2 functions better as an engine. It could actually handle all the units, the pathing isn't completely fucked, and it just functions better as an engine. Even if the game itself is kind of ass. It functions better as an engine to use.
I don't know if I can handle the units. I mean, fucking tavern battle comes to a screeching halt pretty quick.
I don't really know why that one in particular does that way, but well, Tavern Battle, that's a lot
Just
more
the
units than
units.
TGS.
You say that until
Like
you
that,
get
no,
300
that map
zombies
is
and
hitting
you
the limit of StarCraft. Like it cannot have more units when it starts freaking out about that. That's it hitting the things that we found. Where units will stop being made properly. They'll like construct in a broken manner. Like they'll be missing buttons
That's really funny.
or
Like
other
that.
things like that. Like these are just limits that they put in thinking, oh, we'll never need more than this in the regular game and maybe a little bit more. But they like, I don't know what the limit is exactly or anything. Someone's probably figured it out, but it's a limit in StarCraft 2. And TGS, as far as I'm aware, never went anywhere near that, unless there's like actually a roadblocked lane. Because I had already messed around with that a bit. And then I learned that, like, oh, there was some terrain issue, and I was like, well, we're going to play TGS. It's going to be, like, really, you know, basic bitch bare bones map. There won't really be a lot of working hero abilities and stuff. It'll quite literally be like whatever the heroes had, and that'll be the abilities you have. There won't be the ability system. Creep spawns worked. Like, I had creep spawns. I had a lot of the basic things made in that map. But then, as I was quickly learning when it came to StarCraft 2 and Galaxy Script is more limited than JAS in a lot of ways. And in other ways, it has either the same, like, probably just the same limitations as JAS in, like, many ways. Like, if they really wanted to make something less of a pain in the ass, they'd, like, put a different scripting system in StarCraft 2 of all things, instead of what they did with fucking Warcraft 3. Because Galaxy Script, like, it... Like, you know the magic of structs. How easy they make it to pass a lot of data around.
A struct is like a loogie.
Like, you just stuff it full of data, and it'll do whatever you want, and you can modify it along the way, or just pass it along as just a bunch of data. You can't do that in StarCraft 2. Can't do that in Warcraft 3. Structs cannot be function parameters, for one. Imagine how limiting that is already. A struct cannot be a function parameter. You cannot pass a struct into a function.
It's kind of weird.
So this already, like,
Isn't that like the whole point of it?
completely and utterly destroys the use of having structs. Structs exist, but you can't pass them in as parameters. And yeah, that is kind of the whole use, or the whole point of structs, is that you just have a lot of data you want to pass around, but you can't use it. So instead, what you have to do in JAS, which would be more specifically before all the VJAS or PJAS or whatever other fucking alphabet of JAS that you want to pick. JAS also couldn't do this, and the only reason these other things could is they basically were JAS generators. They were code generation. They would give you a facsimile of being able to do this, except it was still actually limited in a lot of weird ways and could probably break in even more ways. Because the underlying system didn't support this, so we're going to like make a framework to kind of hack our way into making it support it. Like, it would quite literally be like, you want to pass in a struct to a function, and one of these variations of JAS would allow you to do this, and you'd be like, well, gee, how does that work? The thing that it's probably doing is it is looking at your struct, it is generating a function parameter set of all the things that could be in that struct, or that are in that struct, and creating function parameters for that. And then whenever you do something, you're breaking, modifying, and then possibly outputting like 20 different function parameters, which is already really bad for performance, by the way. Like, even in C++, you don't really want to generally have something that just has like an utter fuck ton of parameters on it. Like, you generally want to just be like passing a struct reference or something instead. Or instead of having a bunch of things with like a boolean, you just have dedicated functions that just don't have inputs. But that was like the very first thing that was giving me a lot of difficulty, was trying to look at how the ability system worked and like how would you translate this. And the answer is you kind of don't, because there was never a extension of Galaxy script, as far as I'm aware, that let you do these things. There was someone's attempt at letting you do it. It wasn't worked on for very long and was abandoned like sometime in Wings of Liberty, as far as I'm aware. This is a good question for the toaster.
Ah, I found it.
There was one that was made for the beta, apparently, that was just kind of abandoned, I guess. And there's a Galaxy Plus Plus, which was last repository was last updated 8 years ago. It's a fork of somebody else's Galaxy Plus Plus. Which, again, trying to ham-fist object-oriented concepts into something that doesn't have them. Then the original thing links to a CurseForge page. No, it links to Mapster. I will never not be salty, by the way, about doing all that, like, data gathering and fucking posting on there, and then someone just looking at the editor and thinking, oh, this is what it does, and just overwriting everything. Instead of me actually testing, like, what does the map support for these values? Or what does the engine support for these values? Actually, like, finding out what the limits are. Like, you could set higher values for, like, health, for example, in XML than you could in the editor. The editor had a lot of hard limits.
Skyrim's a game that if you have a controller plugged in, you just get fucked.
Does it want to use it?
Yeah, and it doesn't give you any option not to. Only after I unplug it do I get a cursor. God, I forgot how bad the menus feel and crash. I guess I'll try again.
Yeah, it's honestly the nicest thing about like modern Warcraft 3 at least is that WC Sharp makes it really, really easy and fast to do like just about anything in triggers. And you don't have to deal with all the bullshit. You're like actually just doing things functionally. Sometimes there isn't an alternative made for, like, it's not a complete port. So there's a number of things where you do still have to call Blizzard natives directly instead of just calling it off of a unit. Because, like, say, instead of, like, you know, let's just say a unit's health, instead of, like, get unit health and then, you know, the unit, you just go, like, unit.8 health. And you can just plus and minus off of that and do whatever you need to, and it just works. Because it just works nice. You can also do some really cursed syntax, like creating an effect and then putting .dispose on the end of it, and it working perfectly. You have now created a one-off effect that you immediately destroy. Because you know, like Warcraft 3 and leaking, right? Handles.
Yep.
You have to constantly delete all the handles after you're done with them, including locations and a bunch of other stupid crap.
Oh, I have to run the SKSC loader. There we go.
You might still need to do that in Lua, I don't know for sure, because nobody really knows. It does have a garbage collector, but it's probably also easier to just not rely on its existence. But yeah, it's really funny when you can just have creation and disposal all in the same line, and it just accepts this. Because when you call dispose on an effect, like the effect will play, and then it will go away. So if your like model is actually set to never, like if it's set to like looping or something, it may never go away. I don't know. Unless it's actually set to consider that and just like goes over the next loop and then breaks out. But we're talking about Blizzard. I mean, StarCraft was like literally described as we just stuck a guy in a closet for like a day or two, and Warcraft 2 turned into StarCraft. And even with WC Sharp, and as nice as it is to work with, it doesn't support operator overloading. Well, I guess it kind of does, but when it comes to like comparison functions, like it's probably still called overloading, I'm not sure, but when you have a struct, you can't just compare it directly. You have to actually make the function to compare the struct. And I don't think it really supported that very well, or it was like really bad performing, I don't know. It was kind of cursed.
Skyrim doesn't have the ability to change your resolution inside the game.
Why would they do that?
How do I change it?
The launcher. Which you'll
The
also
launcher that
fuck
fucks up
everything, yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is why there was like third-party launchers for Skyrim, is just because of this stuff. The assumption that once you change these settings, you never look at them ever again.
I was hoping maybe E and B had the settings, but I don't see see it.
It might in like its any settings or something. It might override it, but I'm not entirely sure.
This might be evidence that what I'm trying to do is a fool's errand anyways. But I'm still looking.
I was just trying to see what options there even was for StarCraft 2 for shits and giggles, but I'm kind of running into there not really being very much. And honestly, me doing anything in StarCraft 2 kind of relied on being able to like make a data editor that wasn't a complete piece of garbage like theirs is. That quickly ran in the face of what all these people say about AI. That it works so well and it'll program everything and you'll never need a programmer. You'll just tell the AI, no, no. After it makes the baseline, everything you do to it afterwards is going to get worse and worse and worse, and it's going to change things and forget other things even existed, and just fuck up the whole thing.
Yep.
It's only good for a baseline, and then you give it little tiny pieces that you're aware of. Otherwise, just don't. Don't tell it to do things to your whole code base. It'll become Primogen that has his fucking YouTube chat thing that was like broken for 3 months because he let the AI touch it. The toaster. It was set to broil. That's exactly what happened to the code that went into it. It was broiled. I also know for like quite a large amount of stuff in StarCraft 2, like there's a lot of things you just plainly don't have to use triggers for because the editor can just do a lot more, but like you can actually have like I don't think we were even really aware of this all that much before, but you can actually have tooltips that have math in them. Among other things.
That sounds scary.
You can actually have tooltips that display data properly. You can't do that in Warcraft 3. You cause desyncs, and it just doesn't work randomly, as I've learned today. Everything that worked in testing just doesn't work now.
1440 by 2580.
2560 by 1440.
If I remember, I was running a hack so that because the game doesn't confine the cursor, if I ever clicked out, it would instantly crash. And that would happen a lot. And I have no idea if that.
I'm gonna send JD a cat. I also sent JD that picture that I sent you afterwards. That was my food I was eating while we were playing, by the way.
I laughed when I saw that.
You told me the fuck me for addictively typing cat. And then I was just looking at my food because I was in this bottle of hot sauce that was just constantly making me have to blow my nose. And I was just like looking at what was on my plate, and off we went.
Alright, I can confirm that I can load the game. It's in the proper resolution. I can tab in and out, so whatever I did before is still working.
I really gotta say though, I kind of feel sorry for anybody that like actually invested time into making a map in StarCraft 2 because they probably never actually used real development tools and know that it's not that painful.
Going from StarCraft 2 to Unreal was what wrote me off of modding forever. StarCraft 2 was still better than Dawn of War.
Most of the problems would go away if they actually
shit.
gave you like even just like rudimentary debugging capability.
And yet it was so bad. And
Better the
everything about it
engine
was
actually
bad.
just
I hated
outputs
it.
errors properly, which most of them don't. Like modding Diablo.
There, at some nondescript time in the future, if things ever become not insane around here, you might get something stupid. More of something stupid.
I still don't know how to fix their names, by the way.
You can't. It's damned forever. The only thing I would need to do with this is put it back on the SSD, which I do have space on it, but I'm probably going to remove something from it anyways, like...
Because I went through all of your
Time
files
storage
and
for
like
minor
ripped
really
out the data related to their names and stuff, and that wasn't enough to fix them. They just break again eventually. I think the solution is that you would have to like actually go in there and just like directly change their names, like as base.
Wouldn't shock me.
That is the funny thing with that stuff is you can just kind of wander into the... Well, I say wander in, but this is also an editor that manages to be worse than StarCraft's or Warcraft's. Because I probably told you about this before, but when you were using their editor toolkit, their editor kits, I forget what the fuck they're even called. Skyrim was the creation kit. Whenever you go in the creation kit, everything you click on and look at or touch is now going to save it to the file.
Yes, I remember this.
It's going to save it as a change thing, and this is where dirty plugins come from.
I'm gonna delete all my old saves because I knew this was something that the Swede told me I probably should do way back. As it iterates through them every time you go in that menu and it takes so long.
Yeah, StarCraft 2 is definitely fucked. It basically had no community support behind it. Blizzard doesn't even believe in it, so here we are.
Boo-hoo, we can't make a bunch of money off of people trying to sell their mods for free. Better abandon the whole thing.
You know, after releasing it, how long?
After killing modding and making it just about really, really small maps on an ecosystem that can't even host maps at your maximum file size, which is not even that big for
You know what?
custom assets in a game with actual textures and chicken butt.
Blizzard, you fucking clowns.
Honk honk. Where's the circus today?
As of Wednesday, maybe earlier, Saw a BattleNet open.
No, I can open it though.
You don't need to, but it would have just been like more in your face that way. Warcraft 3 has live Warcraft 3 and Warcraft 3 Legacy TFT 129. So now they just have in the launcher 129.
Is that the really old version or the current?
That is the pre-reforged version.
Someone in their company realized that they had doubled down too
But
deeply.
I also don't know why they picked that instead of like the last version of the 1.0 versions, because the fuck are you doing? There's 131, which is what most people that are still on the old versions are using. So 129 is before they added cask. I don't know why the fuck.
Surely that means it runs better.
It's also apparently buggy as hell.
Shocking. A Blizzard product? Buggy? Perish the thought.
Honestly, I don't even know when they added fucking Lua, but I wouldn't want to touch the fucking older versions of Warcraft 3 anyways.
You're not gonna backport TGS to 1.0?
I'm pretty sure there was even like other fucking versions that were like after 131. This is whatever fucking people are referencing. I'm just gonna assume that JD has been abducted by Sarah. And also, amidst all this other shit, I was trying to poke around and see what would actually be necessary for some of this shit I wanted to fix in Unreal. Because, like, this whole fucking dashboard thing, I want to use it, but I also hate all the issues it brings with it. It's mostly because OBS will just randomly capture it. And it'll basically be like flipping to another window.
Can't you force OBS to reacquire?
No, it doesn't handle children.
Well, maybe it needs to go to parenting college.
If anything spawns child windows, it doesn't work properly for capture, which I thought also would have been a great thing to make heavy use of in the D&D thing. Then I learned that OBS doesn't like them. And you'd basically be forced to use display capture. What?
Can't you have two separate windows, like two separate processes?
You can't have a stripped down version that would be the equivalent of just running a window. Both versions would have to effectively load the map in order to join its game, and thus have video memory use and other things that are undesired.
You can't have one set to like a 1x1 render pixel
No.
for the background and shit? No.
It's still gonna load everything. You can't make it not load things.
That's cooked.
This was something I originally had tried because, yeah, someone made a plugin that makes it really easy to spawn sub-windows. But OBS will randomly pick it up.
Force it into its own map that contains nothing.
Because then it can't join the game. It can't receive data from the other client as easily. And you also...
They can't be in different maps?
You're also effectively... Well, that's not how Unreal works.
Isn't this
Everybody has to be in the same persistent world.
How does an MMO do this then?
Everybody's in the persistent world. There's also more networking shit going on in the background.
Yeah, but can't you join a persistent world but just be in a level that is nothing?
No.
That's kind of bizarre.
As I said, like, it still has costs. It has to spin up the renderer and all the other bullshit. Because that's just not how the engine was made to be used. You can tell it to not make the renderer, but then it doesn't really work, and you can't use Slate anymore, which means you can't use UMG. I tried a bunch of things, like just running it as a console and just like spawning a window from there, but when you disable the RHI, you don't have Slate anymore. There's not really any more like finer tuned options to handle this kind of stuff, so it just doesn't work.
Cooked.
So for the time being, I went with the option of having the main window just create another sub-window. Like, OBS most of the time works, but sometimes it will just capture that window. And it's just more of an annoyance than anything, because you have to be aware that it had captured that window, minimize it, and then everything goes back to the way it was. Then this causes OBS to go jump back over to the other main window. But part of my idea was just because of all this shit I've been dealing with like sockets, this or that already with Unreal and what I have working with Twitch and other stuff, it's... I was talking to JD the other day about this kind of problem I was having a little bit of, that as nice as the Stream Deck stuff is, it has no way of being aware of Unreal. It's just sending stuff out of a protocol that Unreal receives and does things, and then tells OBS to either mute or unmute things. So the only way to fix that is that the Stream Deck needs to still tell Unreal what to do, but then OBS needs to be told what to do by Unreal instead. And I was just kind of looking at OBS's menus, and I remembered that it has a WebSocket server that you can do stuff to Unreal through a WebSocket. Or OBS. Which means I could talk to OBS through Unreal with that WebSocket. It's just kind of one of those things that's just becoming a little too complicated for the Stream Deck to handle the muting and stuff for sources and whatnot when I am using the BRB stuff. Because right now, something I had done was I changed it so I can... I don't think I even showed you that.
What the multi-action does?
Can you just open the stream for a moment? Yeah, the multi-action is what I'm using right now, and that's how I'm telling it to send the command to Unreal and then do all the muting and unmuting and stuff. But the problem is that it can't know what state Unreal's in.
The browser's thinking, do I want to start playing? There we go. I'm currently the clip king.
So you see, I added the ability to... See, this was something you might remember that, like, when I was asking people, like, how they use Roll20 and whatnot, and, like, some people drag the window around, and I thought, well, this seems like kind of a pain in the ass to actually do. Because you have to, like, get the mouse position and then offset it where they move from that position, and that's how much you drag the window around, and a bunch of other stupid stuff. But thanks to enhanced input, you can just detect that you're holding the mouse button down, and then after a short delay, you can just feed the XY of the mouse directly into the position of something. So now I can do this. I'm dragging the camera around.
Oh my God. You're dragging the cat around.
But
It
something...
should fracture physics, honestly.
That's the camera, that's why it doesn't. I'm not moving my model, but I can also do
What a
this
shame.
now. So I can switch to the other scene. Which, yeah, I can do that, but something I wasn't able to do before was this. Which the ears are kind of confused because it's listening to the torch in the background. Or the brazier. It's trying to point towards that torch. Because this is... The sounds are relative to the model. The model's over there, facing across where the screen is, like, looking. So the torch is, like, behind me to the one side, and that's where the... Maybe a torch on both sides, I don't remember, but that's where the ears are trying to direct to, but they can't. But the issue is that normally when I go to this scene, this mutes the mic, this mutes the game, this mutes Vent and Discord. But when I want to press this button, how do we tell what state we were in? We can't. So if I were to like have this unmute things, but then if I press the button again to
So you need a separate button for each state, basically.
yeah, you would either need some complicated shit that I don't really want to use, or I just make Unreal talk to OBS and it tells OBS what needs to be muted and when. But then that kind of got me thinking that if I were going to have something like this to talk to OBS, that I kind of feel like I should just make this dashboard just some bare bones fucking thing in like C# or something.
I was gonna say, especially if you plan to release this, you probably don't want an ecosystem that really depends on having a Stream Deck.
Well, that's not really, it
Whereas
doesn't
otherwise
really
it'd be
depend
inconvenient
on
by
it,
not
but
having one.
you would need a way to tell Unreal how to do things. The dashboard would be an alternative, but you can't really actively use it like that right now. And the other problem is still the whole issue that I have Unreal opening a browser in that window to do login and stuff for Twitch or YouTube. Which is also why I don't like it randomly popping up. Like, in fact, the way you would go about things instead to keep yourself safe is just hiding it while you're doing that stuff. But ideally, you have this, like, set up before you need to. But sometimes it may not log in automatically because, like, say your token expired finally and you have to re-log in. Or just something stupid. Different computer. Or whatever the fuck. So like I put a thing that pops up on there when the browser first shows up. Like, you know, you have to click on this several times to like make it deliberate to, you know, actually get at the login window to accept the API connection or whatever the fuck it was for the app ID.
App.
But like, I could make the dashboard use something else. And that would, like, work for that a little bit. But the problem is, I still need that dashboard for the browser. Like, even though we're just, like, maybe it wouldn't be hard to just have a fucking... Like, maybe I have to integrate fucking Chromium inside of fucking .NET and use that. Just like Unreal already is. But it's like I need a browser that you can log in with and then get the information that gives you back to put into Unreal so you can interact with Twitch's API. And it's also the same thing for Unreal and like anything else that you need to log in for a connection. So it's like there's some bridges that need covering, because like if I were to just completely get rid of the idea of having a dashboard in Unreal, because let's just assume OBS is never going to update at this point, because I even checked that fucking issue before, just to see again. It's from 2021. And there are some people from last year, including me, that had also posted on the issue that, like, this doesn't like it when you're spawning child windows out of a program. The other guy was using Godot and I was using Unreal. but it's the same fucking problem. You think it's stable if you spawn them in a certain order, but even when you're just switching windows, like in Windows, sometimes it may just decide it's going to show that window instead of what you were actually, like, instead of capturing your game. It's going to capture that other window. This is why you're familiar with this yourself, which you may not even realize it.
No.
This is why when you use game capture on Unreal's editor, that it constantly grabs things like the saving window or the box or anything. Those are S windows. Those are slate windows.
Yeah, anything that pops up and has kind of like quasi focus is gonna get nabbed by OBS.
This is the
I've
exact
had
same
other
issue.
issues as well, but
This is the exact same problem. It's because of this. This is what I'm dealing with. Like, it's a little more controlled because you cannot minimize the main window, so it's always going to be there as a priority. But sometimes something will still make OBS jump over. If I had any fucking idea what I was doing, I would just try and figure out how to fix this shit myself, but this is probably way over my head.
I would add a delay to the draw of the second window and try that.
I tried a lot of things, it doesn't matter what you do. And I'm talking about after they're opened.
Oh, I don't know.
Like, I just mean,
Is there a way
sometimes
to,
it'll just
like-
grab the window when you're, like, flipping around.
Is there a way to like force it out of focus
No.
and then refocus it?
No. The only way to get OBS to let go is to minimize it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is there a way to force minimize it in Unreal when it starts?
Well, that's not what I'm talking about. It won't... When it starts isn't the problem. I'm talking about, like, while you're already streaming and doing stuff.
Oh.
Is that if you're
It'll
just...
flip while it's already
If you're...
streaming.
If you're rearranging your windows on your desktop and you click on that window, there's a, like, let's say 5% chance that it's going to become the window captured instead of the main one.
That's really messed up. I
Like,
wonder if it's
I-
like swapping the menu, or not the menu, the like if there's like a drop priority or something, or like something that
I don't know what it
program
is.
what is the
Most
primary.
people don't know, and it's
Weird.
just... Like, some of the developers
you would definitely need
for
to go
OBS
digging
talked
in the code
about
for
it,
this.
that... Because there was, like, one guy that was like, you know, well, if this is a problem, how can, you know, developers just make this easier or something? But unfortunately, they didn't really give a response to that. It was instead that we shouldn't need to, like, expect developers to do this. But then he also is like, that being said, choosing a specific window/swap chain to capture within a single program has its own problems. And that a fair number of things would need to be changed internally in order to fix this. And this, unfortunately, was not quite how game capture was designed, so the bad news is I wouldn't expect to fix for this anytime soon. Because, much like all open source software, it's whoever's got money to throw at the problem that gets it fixed. Or if you're some big enough company that is trying to use this and, like, you turn it into, like, a fucking public embarrassment for your program, and then someone might fix it. Or maybe they'll just have their own paid developer they can just put on it and then never release it. Which, that's the most hilarious thing. I mentioned this before about just, like, big streamers and stuff that complain about their streaming software. It's like, you have how much money and you're not just paying a fucking developer to fix these things? Like, whenever I hear Vinny or anybody talk about this shit, like, as many people as he... Like, it's just... Seriously. You could pay someone to make these problems with the software go away and have it never be a headache ever again. And for anybody else if you feel like gracing everybody else with these changes. But the answer is always to just sit and complain about it instead.
I mean, hell, if you're a big streamer, chances are people are gonna do shit for you for free.
Yeah, but I
had
still wouldn't
people-
want to.
I had several people make me little programs. I had one that would force fucking borderless windowed on shit that wouldn't do it. I had one for reporting that a drive was running out of space because there's no way to do that while you're recording. Of course, there was the page generation that Bloody Shade made.
There's
just
kind of a
doing
lot
shit
of things that
people
are
doing
also
it.
just like pretty trivial to do. Like I think that first one might have just been like an open hot or auto hotkey script or some shit. I don't know.
No.
Which honestly, I wouldn't ever run that while playing anything online, just because they'll just get detected as hacks like outright, because it's usually what auto hotkeys are used for.
Yeah, no, this was for specific. This is
Yeah.
I think even something that was.
I'm just saying, just even running it in the background is enough to set these things off. It's the problem with it. It has a lot of legitimate uses. It's usually not used for legitimate uses.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
it's
think
not
I
like
had
if
some
you're
fun with
big
it when I
enough
was
and you
doing the
know people,
multi-boxing
like-
way back when.
Those were the silly days.
Just run a whole fucking party just to see how it works, and it's kind of a pain in the ass if you don't have like extra macro keys or something to make use of.
Just fucking multi-boxing Lineage 2.
Well, I'm at World of Warcraft, like whole
You're right.
party.
Oh. Yeah, I only did that in Lineage 2, I think, dragging around a buffer and sometimes something else and just
Yeah, that was a little easier. I'm
popping out
talking
at a
about.
teleport spot where one of the clans is killing another one and I'm just sitting there just watching them kill each other.
Yeah, what I'm getting at more is what you see people doing videos of is that they don't need to actually switch to that window to issue orders to it.
You know, the funny thing about Shankterium is I forgot how much I actually ran into that in Alterac Valley specifically.
Yeah,
There was a number of times I ran into
there's a lot of
multi-boxers.
people that wanted to do it but couldn't do it because A, it costs accounts, and B, you're going to need a decent computer to run that many instances of World of Warcraft all at once.
You could tell they were struggling because I abused any of the ones I ran into.
But usually, like, this is even before, like, now there's a lot of software that makes it a lot easier to deal with, but, like, Blizzard's statement on it was that anything that your, like, extra clients do has to come from a button press from a human. So they're basically allowing this, but you can't have, like, automatic shit happening effectively. But the way a lot of this dumb stuff worked is you just... It was called, like, key multicasting. So you would press one key and it would send it to all the windows. But each window would only react to these keys in certain ways. Because you'd have, like, the bindings different on all of them. And that's how you see, like, everybody having, like, you know... They've got the 5 characters and they have them all fan out is because you press the one key and it has all of them go their own direction. It should really just be like some combination of like WASD. And then you could either have them follow you or you could have them more just like the more fun way, which is just trying to move them all independently. Which can be its own difficulty because then, you know, if you ever run into something, oops, one went missing. Then you usually have to, like, use follow to get them all in the correct position again and then start again from where you were. And
Yes, there's some part in one of those videos where someone's having a really hard time getting at one of the towers in Alterac Valley.
But there was a number of people that were going into battlegrounds using this shit, or just in like open PvP areas where it's just like literally 5 elemental shamans just fucking erasing you.
Yep. That was the most common one that I ran into. On my rogue, I just used Blade Fury. And
Then if you
like a
went
bunch of
into
them,
like
and it was a real pain
fucking
in the ass
Ultra
to
Valley or
roll.
something like that, well, it's like you've just got 5 chain lightnings coming out fucking everywhere and all the shocks.
No.
Like, it is kind of like it's fun and a new interesting way to play, but it's also just absolutely unfair to anybody that runs into it. I've also got to say from today's news on Twitter that this is the kind of thing that causes the AI bubble to collapse eventually. U of T students etch micro GPT into FPGA for 53,000 tokens per second. It's basically a piece of hardware that does that. And this is what happened with a lot of miners and other stuff out there before. Is specialized hardware came out and it rendered GPUs useless. Because the specialized hardware is going to be specialized and a hell of a lot faster.
All the data centers suddenly
But
explode
instead of
overnight.
now storing this in memory, it's just quite literally written into hardware. I have no idea how small this thing actually is, but it sounds fucking hilarious. And then there's also just that whole fact that we're running all this shit in Python. Because people are scared of C. Anything with the letter C in it, people are fucking terrified of.
I mean, it is 3. I can see it.
That was terrible. The worst.
You deserve it. You brought this upon yourself. Reap what you sow. Reap what you sow. I'm guessing JD is completely cooked.
I don't know, I sent her a cat and she didn't respond.
Cooked. Absolutely dead. She's not even lurking on here.
I think I
get woken up at
need to
7 a.m. with the scammers today.
I need something to eat, and then yeah, the original idea was maybe gunfire after, but I don't know if JD's around or what she's doing.
I don't know either.
You know, JD's got like an 80-something watch streak.
I think she's breaking unless she was.
Yeah, that was actually 85 days ago. Twitch made that a little easier, and that if you so much as watch the VOD after that person is done streaming, then it will keep your streak.
Oh, that's just cheating. JD has to be up at every weird hour like I am.
The thing is, she's usually there.
JD, where are you?
This is kind of the first Saturday that, like, there just hasn't been a JD at all.
Lizard's got her. Never trust those who have scales.
Speaking of lizards, I have a lizard in jail in Crimson Desert. I keep wanting to call it Black Desert.
Black Desert is somehow less fucked up than that game is. Black Desert's pretty fucked up.
I don't think I've ever seen a building in Black Desert just like cease having collision for reasons.
Yeah, me neither.
'Cause that was that was something else.
That was absolutely deranged.
I don't know how much you watched of that.
I watched quite a bit of it.
Did you get to me
falling through the
gambling?
ceiling, finding the guy up top, and then falling to the floor. And then, like, a whole cluster of dudes being stuck on the fucking...
Also the random
staircase,
screaming
you
of guys
bumping
falling
into
as they like reset out from the upper floor.
them. They're getting mad at you as you're trying to jump over them. Good shit. I like how you just talking to someone increases your reputation with them.
There's like a
They're like, "Oh my
cooldown on it.
God, you liked my post. Now we're totally soulmates."
What especially confuses me is that originally there was like these pair of kids that I was trying to talk to because they had an icon for like some activity, which wouldn't work the first time at all. I even tried kicking them and it wouldn't work. So when I came back there at a later time,
I too try to kick kids as my first interaction with them, honestly.
when I
It's
went
an
back
understandable
there
approach.
later on, I learned that it was actually just to play rock paper scissors effectively, and then I got destroyed.
This is
But
why
then
we
what
get
confused me is it said it had a 24-hour cooldown on it. Now,
Is that real time or game time?
I don't know yet. I think it might have actually been a real 24 hours.
Wow, the game has daily quests in a single player game. Wait, so does Genshin. Shit. Wait, but this isn't Gacha Slop. Huh.
I don't think there's even like a single
Well.
paid thing in the game yet other than the fucking deluxe edition.
What an absolute fucking disaster, honestly.
Which I have to say,
know what to
it's
even
a
think
lot
about
nicer when I can actually, use the fucking menus and not get kicked out of something because things. Pressing a button, backing out of your menu you're in right now. I've really gotta say though, looking at the fucking triggers for this map, I don't know what is going on.
Lowland's a legend.
Because there's just like fizz type checking and...
Well, we have Mucky's physics system. We have whatever build did to it, which I don't know. We had whatever Tipperith did
There's
to
a
it.
lot of hash table stuff going on in here that I just completely fucking avoided because you don't need to use those in Lua. You just act like those don't exist. Actually have dictionaries and proper arrays and other things that are useful.
Well, this was
The
time where
map
dinosaurs were
in
rare.
Unreal, we have even that. Like, that's what a dictionary is.
Yeah, well, here we have dinosaurs and demons and witches and ghouls and goblins and spirits and the Holy Spirit and the Dabble and basically...
I mean, if I wanted to make
a lot of
Vetrius,
teeth.
like, absolutely lose his shit on what was going on in that map, it would just be to implement a physics system.
I was going to suggest you just rip that out of there.
I wouldn't
And
know
just start
how.
attaching physics effects. Well, next time you get a hold of Mucky, you can ask him. And that'll really give you a good response. I know it.
Well, it's also the issue is that all the abilities would have to be made with that in mind. And that's kind of the problem with Warcraft
Yeah,
in general.
well, I mean, you would have to add
Is
physics to every single
everything-
thing in the map.
Well, I mean that you have to, like, adjust the abilities themselves to do this.
Like every
You have to
base is
interface
different,
with them
like
in
knocking
some
you
manner
out.
in the triggers, which is already the problem.
See, this is how you get to the point where you can have 500 zombies in the lane. If they're all knocking things back, they won't stay clogged forever.
I'll probably push something somewhere naughty and just crash.
Probably. They'll touch a tower the wrong way and that'll be it.
Yeah, there's even these other funny triggers, like just the sheer list of, like, attack lanes and stuff that I just turned into a single trigger in TGS. Where it's just quite
I
literally
want to know what Lowlands looks like.
a unit enters a region, we can see what region it is, so we can just do a map lookup, and that map is pointing to the next region that they have to move to. So we turn the, like, you know, for the evil dudes here, we have, like, fucking evil dudes fuck off okay, evil dudes fuck off okay copy.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure those are the ones that are trying to keep them from sticking
Yeah.
their heads into the wrong areas, which evidently do not work properly because they sure do it a lot.
The way I did this in TGS is we had, like, you know, right here we've got, like, I don't know where the first one is, but let's just say it exists somewhere. We have 0 to 7 top, 0 to 7 bottom, 0 to 7 mid. So I just turned that into one trigger.
That's crazy.
So it's basically units enter a region, we get the region, we find it in the map, it returns us the next region that they have to go to, because the key value pair. So one region is added with the other region, and then we form a path, and then we don't have to have a bunch of different triggers for this bullshit.
If you had to try to explain that to me even 5 years ago, I wouldn't have a damn idea what the hell you're talking about.
This is effectively what hash tables are. Like, this probably could have been done with hash tables, I would imagine, but nobody did. Nobody really
I'm pretty
thought
sure
of
the
it.
only person who ever touched that map, who had any idea what they're doing, was Mucky. And it probably came at a time where him looking at Warcraft 3 filled him with so much disgust. It probably is one of the reasons why he quit and never looked back at it ever again. Perhaps
Honestly,
he looked
there
upon
are-
his descendant, his son, and was like, I can't take this anymore.
There are so many triggers in here that are just, like, set as not on initially, and a bunch of other funny nonsense.
Oh, there's a lot of leftover crap in there from old versions that I'm pretty sure is just
I know. There's
reference
like
and
the
something
evil
that never
dude's
got
backup
deleted.
with a bunch of A's, which is also just a lot of copied, disabled shit.
Yep. You'll find old TGS stuff in there too.
And then
I'm
you
sure.
got the good dude's lane, and then you got the backup of the good dude's lane, and a bunch of these were, I guess, turned into JAS. I
Yes.
don't really know the purpose exactly, because it's just basic bits JAS.
I don't know either. I don't know either.
I think it was probably just to
I
remove
think
the
it-
locations and stuff, but I don't know.
I think it had something to do with an attempt to optimize,
It's
but
probably the leak
to an
removals,
extent,
which is probably a
Yeah.
little easier to deal with than the other crap, which is that's the other funny thing. When you're using Lua, there is no convert to script in Lua.
lol.
They didn't add convert to custom text in Lua. You can't do that.
Cooked. I thought, isn't Lua already custom text though?
No, I mean when GUI. You can't convert GUI to
Oh.
Lua. You can only convert GUI to JS.
Frankly,
But if you're in Lua, you can't convert GUI to Lua, even though it would look the same. They just didn't bother to implement it.
that doesn't shock me one bit. honestly, I'm not surprised at all. That like Blizzard does not give a fuck.
Like this is how just like half-baked
Whatever
Reforged
rejects
is.
that hired for that shitty fucking refunded, they definitely did not give any more of a fuck than anyone else did, and nobody even told them what to do. So yeah, I'm not at all surprised by that.
Like even just all the complications of like fucking leaderboards and colors and other bullshit like that. Like that's literally just a class now in TGS. Like you could just rip it out, shove it in another map, doesn't matter. That was also the idea why I wanted to just like fucking post it somewhere. Like someone finds it useful, then whatever the fuck, I don't care, use it. It's MIT. It's your problem now.
Mega intern Tony. Yeah, that's true.
To add a bounce. Like, is this someone's incredibly cursed idea of doing chain lightning in GUI? Because
Probably.
this is beyond cursed. I think this is actually a attempt to do chain lightning. It is just a bunch of weights and some of this is just really cursed.
Go digging under the necropolis. Don't be surprised if you get cursed.
No, I am the curse of digging under the necropolis.
You're just a cat covered in cat hair.
Oh, do you look at that? Cleave
Even
is
your own.
target limited in this.
Yeah, cleave was something specific in this for creatures. It's actually a
Or
bounce
dread.
cleave, if I remember. Yeah.
I mean, you consider bouncing cleave, that's literally what these things are effectively. It's just you're either using one target or you're just using... Well, you're either using a target or you're using, like, a different target as an origin. Like, that's kind of the only difference.
Your face is an origin.
Whereas right now, like, it's just looking at something in a smaller radius. But it's just kind of disgusting seeing some of the things in here that are just GUI. Because, like, I already avoided GUI just because it's, like, so many fucking nested menus. Like, you want to make it, you want to composite a string in GUI, go get fucked.
I tried to make campaigns in GUI, and that alone was horrible.
Like, just imagine
String,
that
or,
you
no
have to
fancy
start
shit.
with, like, what the fuck is it even? Concatenate strings. And you have to have, like, 5 of these stacked on top of each other, and then at the very end of those, actually do the logic. Just to generate a string out of some values, whereas instead in fucking WC Sharp, which is, like, again, the reason why this is so easy, I can just take quotation marks and put a fucking $sign in front of it. I can go squiggly brackets, like whatever killing unit fucking function was called, .name, and then just basic text in between there, killed squiggly brackets, unit killed, .name, and just that's it.
Shit sounds squiggly as fuck, TBH.
I don't know why Blizzard chose to do the GUI this way and why they decided to continue doing it in fucking StarCraft 2, because like, I know the UI
I
is
remember
like
StarCraft 2
fucking
being
web.
less painful, but
StarCraft 2 is worse. It's slower. It's worse just because of this.
it was slower, but it was a lot
Like
less
jumping in and out of the
infuriating to look
menus,
at.
like it's still just, you're like, I don't even know a good like analogy to call this shit, because it is just
Vomit.
you're dumpster diving into a dumpster full of birds' nests, and then you are going into those birds' nests to find other birds' nests that contain more birds' nests, that then those contain further birds' nests, that then you find another dumpster with more birds' nests, and you just keep going. That is GUI triggers in StarCraft 2 and Warcraft 3.
That's crazy.
Honestly, other than like some of the really grotesque things in here, the map wouldn't be that bad.
I think that there's sin in there you have yet to find.
Well, it's also the thing is like some of the things that originally like might have held me up with TGS that turned out to be a lot easier than I thought was because the WC Sharp stuff also has a lot of like libraries for doing a lot of things like missiles, for example, and a bunch of other things that just make stuff really easy to deal with. But just some of these are just like, honestly, what would take the longest is not porting it, but trying to figure out how to remake it in a not vomit manner. That's what I did with the ability system and everything else, and the leaderboard is like, the leaderboard is like an actual class. You can just add a unit to it, and it just works. And it's got functions you call to add kills to that leaderboard instead of having to do a bunch of guesswork. And fuck everything involving like indexing arrays and stuff that is extremely common in Warcraft 3, that you fuck one number up and the whole thing breaks. No, we're not doing that. You have a unit, it has its own leaderboard values, and we just figure it out from there. Honestly, what gave me more trouble was sounds, and I don't even know why.
Probably because it's cursed.
It's like the paths or something are like really finicky, and if you don't have it like just perfect, the sound just doesn't play, and it doesn't warn you either. And also, if you try to play too many sounds at once, it also just won't play. Yeah, there's also whatever cursed shit was going on, the underwater flying car, and, you know, just... Actually, I was going to say one thing, but that's just... The underwater flying car is just... What is it, Ice, Wind, and Fire?
I guess.
The Pandaren ability? That's what that is, isn't it?
The more you know. The more you know.
Just kind of considering that it just disappears and then goes back to full health, because that's what that ability did. So I think the world needs more Warrior Man X and Fatboy Y. Also like how he is called Warrior Man X and Warrior Man X in different places.
Precisely as God intended.
I don't know which is the intentional one here anymore.
I'm pretty sure warrior is actually like it's supposed to be spelled incorrectly. But, you know, you spell something correctly for however long, it's hard to
Just
bring
think
it in.
Fat Boy Y could actually throw pies.
Yes.
Honestly, I don't know what really causes the problem with the army is like we just saw, because I know that was a very common issue of the map, is it would just start lagging out before the match would ever finish typically.
Well, they're not split up for one, I'm pretty sure.
That was something else I can easily see from looking at the player properties. If you'll open.
No. And the Lord said no. I'm gonna get that water, by the way. Here.
It doesn't want to open. Huh. That is interesting. You cannot load any of the property windows.
Water acquired.
So everything under scenario can't open. Like map description, map options, player properties, I can't open those.
Great.
I'm going to attempt to resave
My
the map
legacy's
and
shitty
see.
broken shit. TFW, it corrupts your entire installation.
I didn't have Jazz Helper enabled, so it was freaking out when I tried to resave the map. It's,
Cooked.
Is this what I'm looking at?
Is it?
Is this a... No, the map wouldn't have loaded. What? Is there a is this... Did the map use the return bug?
It used to until the emu fixed it, yes.
It's telling me that cannot convert return value from handle to integer, and there is custom script code. Handle to integer, return H, return 0.
I mean, there's probably disabled triggers in there that still have it as a reference, is my guess. All I know is that the emu converted those. That's why it's emued. You know, it's shocking to me because I don't remember the emu ever having worked with anything in Warcraft 3 except the one map that would have been like literally 10 years prior to this.
He did have another map, unless that was Mildog.
Yeah, but he worked on it so long prior to that. I still remember the days Mildog would come in here and stream, or at least I would spectate his League of Legends matches. Tries to wrangle the puppies, and it would end in disaster each and every single time.
This takes handle, returns integer, but this isn't commented out. This is just there.
Interesting. I wonder if it's actually being used for anything. Maybe it's there, but nothing references it. Who knows? I don't know how that.
I can't even save the map right now to see if that fixes something.
That map is a true mystery.
Like, if that's what the return bug looks like, just... wow. Such a stupid thing. You're returning...
I remember never really knew.
You're returning a handle that it takes. And also returning an integer. Like, you're doing a double return. I think that's what all this shit is. I think this is just that. I've never seen this. Like, I never knew what it was exactly, but this just looks ridiculous. Like, it's just a lot of...
backbone of Warcraft 3, apparently.
Like, yeah, it's just a lot of handle functions that just double return.
Well, did you return it? You gotta be polite and wave. If you don't, people think you're weird.
I think some of these are actually being used.
And yet it did not crash, but it could be responsible for some of our strange errors.
I mean, it's possible that Blizzard made the return bug maps not crash anymore and instead just kind of yellow.
It's also possible this is entirely unintentional. I mean, I'd believe it.
I can't even find in here where this is. Actually, it was right in the beginning. This was enabled and was calling that function.
Amazing.
Like, I thought, well, if this isn't being called, I can just get rid of them. No. This might be why there's a bunch of blank things, though.
Amazing. My work is fantastic. That was never my work, which is why it's even more fantastic. It's literally phoned in. Tipworth was my Vetrius. Although I guess I never had versioning problems. Not that I remember anyways. He did definitely go off the rails in some things though.
He also may have been someone else I drove off just from fucking blowing up on him over the stupid shit he kept doing.
When in reality, we're probably just saying what everyone else was thinking. That's always been the case for me. People have always come to exonerate me after so and so. My distances are not consistent. Someone's going to point it out. And I'm going to say stuff a cat in it. I don't got time to OCD over alignment and distances in these maps.
And you're the one that's been worried about it, mister.
No, it's your problem now. I can tell right away these are not aligned at all.
Okay, I got rid of a bunch of that stuff, and this is probably why the map is returning a bunch of bullshit, is because of these functions.
I blame you for
Like,
that.
I guarantee you is because I think what happened... I'm honestly kind of surprised that as much works as it does, but I think what is actually happening here is Reforged may be ignoring one of the returns, which would make sense, but also kind of not, because JAS does like the whole function end function thing, and that's probably why we ended up with the return bug, is because nobody thought, well, gee, what happens if we put two returns in a function, and nobody bothered. And then someone decided, hey, let's, you know, either by accident or not, I don't know how it was discovered, but yeah, then you... That kind of makes me wonder. I'm just going to say something in CC while this is on my mind.
I am looking at Eldritch Horrors. Ha ha hee hee. I'm such a silly cat. Ooh woo. Slash 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 slash. Yeah, that is quite the statement. I agree. But it's only horrifying until you're desensitized to it. Then it's just another paycheck. Kind of like these lamps that are definitely angled in the incorrect manner on all parts of this entire map. Yeah. It's already 2:11, huh? Well, I probably should go to bed sort of soon, huh? In part because I am pretty tired. But I'm sure. Oh no, I have to do drugs in the morning. That's right. I forget about that. I'm back on that nonsense now.
I've successfully resaved the map.
Congratulations. I'm very happy.
Honestly, I wouldn't put it past myself to just, like, just work on this at random.
I feel sorry for you and your compulsion for self-flagellation. A dark recess awaits you if you
Yeah,
take
now I
such
can
things.
open these.
You can finally rename
Cut out, or did I?
the description something to do with French. Completely forget about it, and then get slapped up at 10 years later down the line when you look at it again. What? Hi?
Oh, you just went silent for a minute, and I wasn't sure what it was.
Oh, that's me. I can see my ping is in the 6,000s.
It took that
I'm
long
just
to
assuming that you
actually
guys-
open the player list, by the way, which, yeah. We were using all 12 players, and there is only one computer on each side, so yeah, that would be something else trivial to fix, is giving each lane its own players.
Suddenly the map would work again.
Whether that would stop the complete and total clusterfuck of blocking, I don't know. With a map this large, I honestly think you would need 2 players per lane.
Well,
You've kind of
can
got
also
them
have
running,
fun
like,
neutral
across
players.
the entire map in order to get somewhere. So I wouldn't be surprised if you need 2 players to cope with that.
I already had to scale the spawn timers because of that, which is something that could probably be removed in such a case. Although it also was because the fighting took longer in the
But
lanes.
I was just looking through the triggers while I was rambling before, as well, but the only things that would kind of catch me off guard here are, like, how this physics shit or this fucking library works, because I don't understand it at all. I completely wanted to avoid any of this fucking unit indexing bullshit that people used. Just fuck that.
Just imagine. You can literally transfuse this onto TGS, and every single unit's attack can have a physics impulse. Kind of like that ball map we used to play that probably does not work anymore.
Ball map? The dodgeball?
Yeah, you had to shoot balls around.
I think that was just
And they had
forgotten
different
about because Ricky
terrain.
forgets these things.
Oh, that's because he's French. He Frenched himself out of existence. Alright, that's as much as I can work on this map. I'm definitely too tired now. I'll have to finish it tomorrow.
Yeah, this is definitely kind of one of those things that wouldn't really be that bad to do. It's just there's a lot of things that would need adjusting or could be adjusted to not be quite as sinful as they are right now with this fucking damage event shit going on. I don't even understand this.
I don't know either. All that I know is You stand on a terrible precipice, Arthas. This entire Arthas may need to be purged.
Well, I
Starting
know
to get
right
French
now
ones.
my opinions on TGS is unless Vetrius has a change of just fucking tossing shit out instead of like inquiring anything from me, I don't really want to keep working on it as is, because I'm just kind of wandering around in the dark doing my own thoughts of like, gee, it would be neat if I could do this, but then he doesn't want to make use of it himself.
Thought patrolling.
And that's what's just kind of putting me at like not wanting to work on it very much, because I'm just working blindly. Like, I could rework Incinerate and all this other shit, but then I'm also the one that has to implement it or ever actually use it.
I mean, that's what would be happening in Lowlands and Legends.
And
too.
we got so many fucking items and shit in that map that just... most of them are just in really awkward places between other units, and I still don't know why the fuck lumber was ever added as a secondary cost. He was even trying to reason it to me, and I'm like, that's not what it was ever meant for one.
It's just annoying, is really what it is. It's just like...
Yeah, it's just
in
a
the
nuisance
NPM
to be
packs.
there, that this lumber is now needed for abilities, and that now things drop lumber instead of money that was actually useful. And... like, originally I set up all the creep spawns so they were tiered, so the camps would initially be what we had in stock TGS, and because power would go up, I would make the creeps get stronger. And then I also, like, they'd be replaced by stronger creeps. It's the higher level versions, effectively, or we'd add more of them and just replace the lower ones. But like, the drops might change a little bit, they might get a little better in some ways, and then just they would get, like, I also added the scaling thing, so, you know, every time a creep camp got killed, all of them got stronger, which was like mostly health regen or attack speed or some other shit. There was just like kind of an effort to make the creeps not just like walk in and delete, which is kind of what they are now again, because like, if you considered like some of the fucking items he added to that map, like especially that top shop,
They're kind of silly.
like, I don't remember how much int was on that. Was it like 350, 250?
I don't know.
But you could practically consider that like 40% of that is added as a percentage.
Oh, it's a percentage.
When your int went up, you did more ability damage. It would take the original and add a percentage based on your int, which I think
That explains why...
I said it was like
that scaled like it did.
0.4% more damage per int, or maybe 0.04% damage per int. I don't remember what exactly it was. But you could say like the bong would have added like some amount. I forget what it was exactly. This is also why I wanted to just actually have a spell damage bonus stat and not just rely on int. I wanted to get rid of int as doing that. In fact, if I were to just like do ramping changes to that fucking map, I would just make everything considered a strength hero. And your stat growth would be different. Maybe just like what your damage would go up with would be similar, but like there wouldn't really be a strength hero anymore, because the strength heroes don't work. They break everything. You become fat, you become unkillable. And if I were to pick a path, you'd get rid of the strength hero. Everybody's now a strength hero with agility or int. I consider that one. But I don't really like that your defensive stat gives you offense. It's muddling the lines of what you can do with things, and too many items really are just giving raw stat to this point as well, which isn't helping matters. But you really can't have a hero that has 2 to 3 times the health of an agility or int hero and consider that ever to be balanced in a one-on-one when their damage values are similar. And it's also...
This was always the problem with League. It's fucking tanks and bruisers just one shot.
And then they added
Casters,
juggernauts.
carries. No.
They made it worse. But it's like the whole problem with like boots. Like this is why everybody was given the exact same movement speed, is because boots are stupid. They remove the effect of abilities just from having a single item, and it also just makes that item required thusly because, yeah. But then you've also got the other ass cancer that was like, what was I even thinking of? Like, lifesteal, I think, isn't even in that bad of a place, but melee can't function. Melee can't function without lifestealing, as the map is right now. You just die.
Yeah. There's too much ambient damage even without heroes.
Like, I can't do basic creep camps without some kind of lifestealing as an agility hero. You do not have the health to withstand them. You don't get enough armor. And if you did get enough armor, when you suddenly start slapping on items with like fucking 50 agility or something, your armor fucking spikes and now you're unkillable. Because now suddenly you go from squishy to having more effective health than the fucking strength hero does. And there is no in between, and then int heroes are just lol get fucked. Like, when has somebody played an int hero and been competitive against a decked out strength or even agility hero? Like, almost never. The only reason it even happened recently is because Q had like fucking multiple 350 int items and fucking Touch of Death.
And he was also unkillable because of the way that the damage was broken. Yeah.
Yeah, that item broke things, but I mean, like, seriously. Like, when has an int hero ever actually been competitive? Int heroes are arguably
Nobody played strength.
in a stronger place now because you can cast abilities faster than you ever could. Because there's a lot of like animation bullshit, like as we saw when we played the old version of the map, like the fucking Dreadlord. You may as well never have active abilities because it takes so fucking long to cast them. There's just such a sheer amount of nonsense. That it's like, agility gets damage from agility, they also got armor, and if you went by the way Warcraft 3 works, they also got attack speed and movement speed. Agility gave movement speed, didn't you know?
I remember that.
The tooltip doesn't say this, but that's what it does in Warcraft 3. It gives movement speed. Not anywhere are you going to find this on the tooltip. That was Well, maybe it even doesn't by default. Maybe that was something somebody put into fucking TGS at some point. I don't know. But it's like ranged versus melee is like even more of a shit show because you just have agility heroes that now are just ranged. And other than Warcraft 3 and its awkward projectile shit, which makes it harder to kill creeps, it's like, what is even the fucking difference here? Why would you be melee if you could be ranged? Like, the only difference is life stealing. That's it. But it's like, when I think of int heroes, I'm like, where does an int hero even fit?
Pretty much just making money off of creeps, but it takes
They
you a while
had,
to get that
I know, but
money
everybody can use those
because you
abilities.
can't do it early on. No.
Like, they just have a bigger pool, and because of their like baseline higher int, they do a little bit more damage. But that's kind of the only thing the int hero has is literally being a glass cannon. I will also forever hold it in my heart that he killed my boy, Gul'dan. It's like that was literally like the standing definition of what was wrong with the trifecta of stats as it is you take a ranged or you take a strength hero and you give him ranged. Now he can get true shot aura and everything else and have a lot of health and do a lot of damage. Which is kind of why I feel like strength heroes just need to not exist as a concept. Just everybody should have health. Low health heroes should not be a mechanic. Unless they have something else giving them health, like shields or something. Like, the map is just always fucked because of that otherwise. Like, look at Ricky. And it's also that it just basically forces an int hero, especially, to have to just get raw health items, because otherwise they're just going to get one-shotted by anything that looks at them. Like, that was a problem before, and it's even more of a problem because of what Vetrius did. I mean, honestly, if there was, like, enough fucking buttons or some other bullshit, like... The only way I could even see fucking trying to balance that out is that, like, you know, int heroes might just have, like, some form of mana shield built in. I don't know. Short of just giving them more health, it's like, what do you do? And I already fixed mana pools because that was the other thing, and that's something else that Vetrius has fucked up is the mana pools. Like, the mana pools were supposed to be fixed for a reason. And then we got these other fucking items that gives, like, global mana regen, so it's like you never ever have to ever think of your mana at all ever again, just because someone in your team has this item. And I was, like, spending a bunch of time trying to figure out, like, you know, how would I adjust some of these spell costs, because now you've got, like, some kind of fucking baseline of where you put these things. But because there is no items to really outrule the fact that you could just, like, cast more often versus do more damage, that cast more often always won out over more damage. I think it would honestly be interesting, depending on how Warcraft 3 even functions with this. I legitimately don't know, because I haven't tried it. Maybe it's desync hell, and that's why nobody's done it. But you can dynamically add and remove abilities from items. And even if you weren't doing that, technically you could do that just by having like custom data to represent an item. Like kind of what I'm already doing with like critical strike and evasion and stuff. Like those are no longer using Warcraft 3's abilities. That is just a number that gets fed into a roll. But in a lot of ways, like, I just kind of don't know what to do with myself because, like, both you and JD just talk about wanting to do stuff and then never really want to get into even doing something.
If it wasn't for everything else going on, I probably would have been trying to do stuff in Blender. But I'm definitely stretched too thin between all these other things to even think about anything else.
Yeah, this is why I wanted to start off with like something simple like that one, like one of the several game ideas I had, because my original one is too complex for just one person to do, at least at my skill level, so that's why I wanted to try the other things. But then I was
JD,
also,
I don't know what her
I
issue
was
is.
just kind of getting hung up on the amount of like things I could like spawn and have run around in Unreal than anything else. Like that was just kind of giving me
This is
my
why
own
I
trouble.
gave up on RTS ambitions a very long time ago.
RTS is also, quite
Anything related to
honestly,
that is just out.
an entirely different fucking networking model than what Unreal supports out of the box. Like, you have to do a lot of your own things.
Yeah, I haven't even thought about that. It was just like nothing seems to support high unit counts. If I wanted to make something decent in space that I wanted to do, I need to have units that can support 200 plus turrets. It's not going to happen. Try again in like 40 years, maybe. Or
Well, that's kind of the thing. Like, if you're making something single player, mass lets you have a lot of shit very easily. You just have to think about things a little differently.
Yeah, this was basically just effectively multiplayer.
Because when I was fucking around with mass, like, you could have just millions of things moving around, like, more than you can see on the map. Like, that's kind of the thing about when you get into the scale of, like, something having 200 turrets. You're probably not going to see that it has 200 turrets. Like, it's the whole difference between, like, just game magic and actual, like, functional logic. Is that it can have a lot of things that do things. They don't actually have to be what they are in order to do what they are, though. Like, a gun does not have to have bullets in its, like, magazine physically to shoot bullets. It just spawns fucking bullets in the front of it, and they go off and do their own thing. Like, it's just that kind of thing. So if you're trying to translate something to game functionality, things get a little more complicated. And honestly, something like turrets and stuff would be arguably really easy to handle just because they wouldn't need to be skeletal meshes for one.
I thought animating them as a skeletal mesh might be easier, but you know, I'm not sure.
It's kind of the exact same idea. You're either doing it through bones or you're just driving it through something else, through math. Everything's just kind of relative rotation this and relative rotation that. still find it hilarious that I couldn't open the player things and whatnot without resaving the map because the editor knew something was fucked, but it wasn't telling me. I figured it was just because the map was just... And yeah, I'm just noticing the fucking Warhammer models.
Yep, I had all kinds of stuff.
I forgot those statues were in there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that would have been the one case where, like, Reforged would have been, like, slightly interesting to make use of, but they also just made everything else look worse.
Yep.
It's also not feasible to have fucking Orm, Diffuse, and Normals, and all these, like, there's, like, that's 3 textures you need now per thing.
It's like what I said about StarCraft 2, is their map size limits did not take into account the fact this is a 3D game. It is not going to happen to have units that have custom sounds plus textures.
Yeah, like, at the bare minimum, you've got Orm, you've got Normals, you've got Diffuse. Like, that's the bare minimum that you need for a PBR renderer to function.
Even in DirectX 9, you still have the bump map. You still usually have a specularity map, and then you have the actual diffuse. Like, those add up even without an extra map in there, and a lot of those often have an alpha or something in there too for player color. Sometimes 2, one for player color and for mask.
Well, usually that's just baked into the diffuse. But yeah, like, it's still another channel.
Well, StarCraft 2, it isn't. It's an alpha in StarCraft 2. And then if you have an emissive, there's another map. And because in StarCraft 2, you can't just use an Orm or a packed texture for that. At least I don't remember that you can. I might be wrong, but you still have
they are using some things packed. Like, I remember before the game even released that they had, like, a tech talk thing, and there was a bunch of slides and talking about, like, what the engine was doing for this and that, and they were using, like, a lot of texture packing. It's just they also weren't, they were in that awkward, we're sort of using PBR concepts, but we're also not, like, full PBR, and it was just a mess.
Let me check. I actually have my old project data for almost everything I've ever built for that game.
But I don't remember exactly how it was. I just know there was some packing going on. But what I meant by, like, the diffuse is usually, like, that would have, like, an alpha channel, but it's still, that's an extra 8. Like, that's an extra chunk of data you're still having over everything else anyways.
Oh, right. This is the game where you always had to have things in their specific assets directory, or they just did not work. We had the Cyber Core. That's a 4 meg. For diffuse, emissive, normal, you're already looking at something that is pushing 10 megs right then and there.
Yeah.
And this is not used. They use specularity maps as well. That is not packed. That is a separate mask. So that's another 4 megabyte texture. That alone is already over 10 megabytes compressed as DDS, and the DDS is pretty aggressive. That's just for one set of textures for one building. You could have more on there. The decals or anything that are going to be their own. You cannot have a mod on this game. You cannot have a significant size project on this game. That's just not going to happen, because you're not even talking about the sounds or music or terrain, or user interface can be pretty large because you don't want that to be a low resolution mess. Any other custom stuff outside of just the units or whatever, like, it's just not going to happen. I mean, Warcraft 3, like, Lowlands of Legend, the models were not, I do not believe I had done too much animation stripping in the model data, but I think that only accounted for a couple of megabytes anyways.
I also got the
It's actually
complicated
mostly
stuff in
Warcraft
something
and
like
a-
StarCraft 2 is that a lot of techniques you could use to minimize the texture size and stuff I don't think you can use just because of the limited materials you have available to you.
Yeah, well, you have no access to actually configuring those materials, which now that I've done that, it's like, why would I ever go back to a system as limited as StarCraft 2 anyways? I mean, if you really wanted to, you could do what Epic and quite a number of other ones have done with Infiltrator and stuff like that, where they literally just have a base tiling diffuse and the whole set of textures for
Well,
everything.
that's what I mean, is they have the base diffuse and they have a lot of micro detail maps that are layered onto everything.
So every individual mesh is actually only loading the mask and the normal, and that's it. Everything
This
else
is actually
using
the funny
master,
part.
So they're cutting out the diffuse.
Yeah. Well, this is the funny part when a lot of people look at Nanite and complain that it doesn't run better or other problems that it has, is that Nanite was never something meant to just be turned on and used, for one. Like, if you want to actually use Nanite as it was intended, you have to actually change your assets in order to make use of it.
Nanite is a waste to use on a low poly mesh that could just be
Well,
run
it's
with
also
a
not true
standard
either.
level of detail. Because
Because the
you're
reason
not really, well, it's more like you're not really taking advantage of it.
The reason Epic always said the more nanite you use, the better, is because everything was going into their new GPU scene, and anything that wasn't nanite would not get called by non-nanite. So you had to have more nanite in order to perform better and be more efficient, because then everything exists in GPU scene, is just what they were calling it back then. So anything that wasn't in that, like, say, Niagara particles that now can be nanite, they wouldn't get called by nanite. Because it wouldn't be an
Well, this
includer.
is more in response to people being like, oh, flipping on nanite doesn't give me a performance advantage on my low poly mesh. And this is because you're virtualizing something that's probably going to turn on high poly, and it's something that probably already comes with the pre-built LOD mesh anyways. You literally don't have a reason to be using this particular pipeline because
Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at, is nanite is more than just the meshes. That's the thing that a lot of people also don't understand. Is if you have a lot of, like, basic meshes, but you don't have a lot of material variety, or you're, like, switching out with, like, instances to just have different textures and stuff, or maybe you just have, like, a lot of small objects that are, like, reasonably detailed, like, say, a fucking pop can, that you can just have a whole bunch of textures packed into one texture. Now suddenly you turn that into nanite, and because you have a lot of them on the screen, they become one draw call. Like, it basically does instancing a lot better than what instancing used to do, which was supposed to be automatic, that if things were, like, similar enough, they could be instanced and rendered as one thing. Which nanite...
You have to manually set up instancing.
No, that was the more aggressively way of going about it. Like, you want it to do it this way.
I mean, there was an asset released just today for automating instancing on static meshes.
Yeah. That's what, like, HLOD and everything else was. This is to, like, really crunch down on things more than, like, the basic instancing would have.
So you don't even need HLOD anymore.
Like, this is... Well, probably not so much with nanite. It's not as important. I'm not even sure how well it would work exactly, just because of the way the two things work, but it's sort of like...
Because I'm just thinking of, like, you've got Arbiter, where I probably have, like, 20,000 of the one fucking pillar.
Well, the point of HLOD is that you convert, like, a cluster of assets into one draw call, effectively.
Yeah.
Like, you're just smashing them all together really aggressively, so now they're no longer considered a separate piece, effectively, when you're using that as an HLOD. Like, that's where it really helped, is because like a lot of instancing otherwise wouldn't help you with a lot of individual objects that are otherwise static. But like I think that was kind of the other thing, is they kind of had to be static.
Yeah.
Whereas nanite, it's directly more to how you're managing your materials. So if you have like everything with its own material instance doing its own textures and the works, then you might have some problems. It kind of depends on things. Like, I don't know where nanite decides that it needs to separate things, but as I learned just from skeletal meshes, like, I don't think turning nanite on for like an item model is going to fix all of your problems, because just the hair alone and some of the mask parts of the body are going to cause severe overdraw to occur. Because that's kind of the main problem with nanite right now, is that some things, when they're overlapping, just you easily get into overdraw hell. Like worse than
That's why
Halo
those
with
trees
a
were
face full of
causing me a
needler.
literal black hole of FPS.
Like that's probably
Although
loosely
it seems
part
to
of
be a lot
why.
better than 5.7.
Yeah, a lot of like that's the other thing a lot of people don't understand, is that nanite is still a work in progress. Nanite is not completed, not by any means. There's a lot of stuff they've been doing to it, just like the last several versions. A lot of people that play games that like are like look, we have nanite. They're probably using the earlier 5 versions. Like there is already considerable performance improvements for using nanite with like 5.2 and 3 and whatever else, and like a lot of fucking projects out there are like 5.0 or even 5.1.
I mean, nanite foliage didn't even fucking work properly until very recently for me at all, so... Just the flickering and weird shit. I've still got issue with the water play and flickering. Like
Well, we
crazy.
haven't even technically had nanite foliage. We've had mask geometry that can have nanite enabled, but
Yeah.
nanite foliage, like as a concept, like that isn't until like, I mean, was that even in 5.7? I don't remember.
I don't know, but I don't know. I've been looking to see if I have any meshes for it.
Because they have like nanite assemblies. I don't remember if that was like in 7 or 5.8. It was also what someone kind of pointed out that I didn't really realize, is that nanite assembly is, which is what their like foliage examples were, where instead of having these like grotesquely high poly like singular meshes and stuff, they were just like building a tree out of like high poly pieces, or all the like floppy bits on a tree just out of individual pieces. And this also applies to a lot of other things, like buildings or other things, that now you can just make parts of this structure in assembly the same way it's using it for foliage, and then it just works better. For whatever reason, I hadn't even thought of that, and then I saw like something on Twitter of like a guy using it for the tile roof. I'm not even sure what I'm doing right now. I've just been like rambling to a static image behind me for a couple hours now.
I'm probably going to sleep. I have to be up at 9 or so.
Yeah, I thought JD would have been around,
And
but
I go back to bed.
I think her sleep is like even more fucked now.
When my grandmother is here, I have to do her drugs, which kind of dictates my sleep. but my sleep has been fucked for years, and it's really, really hard to follow the schedule, but I at least have to be awake in the morning to give her morning pills because she basically can't remember those properly anymore, and they're honestly a pain in the ass to keep track of now because there's so many of them.
Honestly, they shouldn't be. If they if they haven't and you don't already have one, you should get from them a fucking like pill container.
We get them in blister packs now, but even the blister pack confuses the fuck out of her at this point.
Well, this is what I mean.
It's
That
larger
it's not a
than one.
blister pack. It's like I don't. Well, I don't really want to talk that much about that kind of stuff like on stream right now, but it is like loosely like when does she take them and like.
Yeah, well, no, it has them all pre-organized, is what it's for. The
I
problem
mean, does she just like?
is her short-term memory is bad because of the stroke. So
Well, I
she
meant
will
also
not be
just
able to-
for
she is
you
not
because
gonna
I don't know what format they came in, but like when my dad was taking the fucking cocktail of shit they had him on, he had like there's basically a thing with like lids that you can pop open for like every day effectively or other kind of things like that.
She's
That you
always
just like
had one of those.
you just like preload that
But
with
you
pills,
see-
and then but it also
You
depends
see,
how you're
yeah,
taking
no.
them. Yeah. Well, I'm
She
saying
has one of those.
I know that it's difficult for her, but I was saying for your sake, like.
Oh yeah, no, they come pre-packaged in a thing just like that, so that part is easy.
They just kind of
It's
do that
just like-
themselves now.
Yeah, it's actually free to do that. They don't even charge you to do that. You can have them pre-packaged like that. That's what the blister pack is. And it's divided by day and by time of day.
It makes more
But-
sense than assuming the patient to handle it or whoever's handling it for
Yeah,
them.
well, see, the thing is, she has exactly one of those things you're talking about, though. But she would only put them in just for the one day. And then she would forget, oh, did I take them for today? And it would just, like, defeat the whole fucking purpose of this thing. And it got to the point where then she wouldn't remember, like, did I take this for today or for not?
Yeah.
Now, the blister packs are not labeled by, like, specific day because, you know, you're not really going to get them at this specific time or whatever, but...
Yeah, that's kind of just the general idea is that you just, like, take a little bit of time, load this thing up, and then you basically
precisely what I would
know
tell her
you've
to
taken
do,
your
but-
pills and that you've taken all of them just because that day is now going to be empty until the end of the week.
Then it got to the point where now I don't know if I filled it because I only ever filled it one day at a time, and I'm like,
Yeah, that's kind of the other problem.
It's easy to keep track of. Yeah, it's a pain. So it's no, I keep track of them fine. It's just it's even the hospital phoned and said, "Oh, you should probably manage these because her short-term memory."
Yeah, I just
and
know
it's
because
definitely
of
been
the
impacted by this
immense
too.
amount of shit they had my dad on that it's a pain in the ass to manage.
Oh, there's no way I can manage this without the blister pack. Like,
Yeah.
there's got to be like 20 plus pills a day here. Because when you take a specific dose, especially of these blood pressure medications, they get fucking subdivided. You don't get one pill for it. You get several pills to make up the dosage. And it's just... They're very small, and it's a real pain in the ass. And I don't know how the hell she was managing it for so long. I mean, obviously it was less of them, but it was still a lot. So it's not really too surprising. But we had never known that this was even a thing you could get, the blister packs, until
It makes
this
sense.
incident.
A
It
lot
does,
of things
and
don't
it's
make
really,
sense,
really
and
useful
then
to have.
they make sense, but they're not done anyways.
Yeah, nobody ever mentioned it, and it's like, dude, this would have saved so many headaches throughout the years.
I gotta say that they released another hotfix for Crimson Desert. Fixed an issue where, under certain circumstances, ongoing dispatch missions would be cancelled and the resources and contributions spent upon dispatch would not be restored.
Dude,
Contribution-
that game has like countless hyperfuck issues no one's ever seen.
Contribution that was not restored due to this issue will be restored in the next patch. We apologize for the inconvenience. Also, fixed an issue where pets could not be summoned under certain conditions. Which is, I just saw someone complaining earlier that I just got this pet, but now that I just got this pet, I can no longer summon any pets.
You just know that all these glowing reviews of this game are incredibly astroturfed, and nobody has played it for like past like 2 or 3 minutes. Nobody has ever fucking looked at the shadows in it, or the shimmering, or the fucking melting. But just like the very basic process of throwing an object and it fucking damaging you, killing you outright, flinging you with it, getting stuck behind you, and then exploding should you ever dare to touch the fucking thing again, among so many other bizarre behaviors. Just like one of the most basic goddamn interactions in the game doesn't fucking work properly. Building is just having no collision, the hallway of fucking psychosis, the lighting in all indoors areas being absolutely unbelievably busted, their performance, the fucking AI getting stuck on shit. Just, I just, like, it's just absolutely baffling. I mean, I get it. Skyrim was, like, so avant-garde. Nobody had ever made a Morrowind before. It's so crazy and epic, and wow, yeah, giants still to present day fling you into the fucking skybox as they touch you. Literally nothing works right. The fucking plants that endlessly chew your goddamn RAM, but it's so revolutionary. Wow, we gotta make it a top seller literally every single time they resell the fucking thing. But they keep, that's 20 years later, they keep releasing the same shit over and over. I don't get it.
It's also not helping with fucking Crimson Desert that just... There's just a lot of people that are just looking at its technical details and just like circle jerking over it. Like, wow. Everybody was complaining about nanite. Look. This game's using this other method for displacement and it's not nanite. And look, it runs well still. Look.
Yeah, but it's like you literally have to gouge out your eyes to look at this game and tell anybody it actually looks good, though.
Well, I'm not gonna say it looks bad, but it has issues. Like, it's hard to see on stream. Like, everything is actually relatively sharp. Yes, it has all the ghosting problems, but everything else is, like... Nothing's really just, like, jarringly blurry or, like, other weird shit that, like, a lot of these games typically have.
The displacement makes everything look like wax, though.
Yeah,
like,
the displacement...
It's really
it's not the displacement that makes it look like wax, it's... like, as I noted in that fucking video, because I had the fucking floor of that tavern right up in my face, I had noted the floor in this tavern looks more detailed than the cliffs outside. Because it did.
Yeah, there's textile density issues, too.
But, like, the cliffs, like... they feel like they're missing a MIP. But then... you've just got, like, the ghosting is all over the place. Like, it's something that's just so fucking everywhere right now that it's barely even just worth mentioning.
I just assume since
The
everybody's
problem
running on
I
Apple
have
smart
is-
television with ads that they don't even notice.
Not only is the displacement so forced, like, it's on fucking everything, it means that everybody is going to be clipping through the ground that is on the ground. I had noted a guy that was sitting on the ground with his dog. The dog was straight on an angled hill.
Oh, dear.
Like, the dog was not angled to the ground, it was just sitting on the hill. But the guy
Amazing.
was sitting in the ground, as you would see if you have displacement on. Then you turn it off, and you realize, no, he's actually sitting on the ground, but we can't see that because the displacement on the mud he is sitting on has swallowed him. Including part of the dog. And then you've got the other problems, like I showed you in those screenshots that I noticed, because I thought something looked weird about the cliffs. And then I looked at part of the video where I was flipping it back and forth, just to, like, I think show you or JD, like, you know, this is what everybody's praising. And I didn't catch it at the time that I was doing that I then looked later at those screenshots, that they've got the detailed geometry, the set dressings, as I think Epic called them. It's all the little bits and pieces that just break up the continuity of an image to make it look more varied. The displacement just completely swallows them, that you can't even see a hint that they were there. But they're still there.
Yeah, that
They
makes
still have
sense.
a rendering
They're
cost,
hanging ground, 'cause they're
but you can't
supposed to.
see them anymore.
Yep.
And as much as people like to circle jerk over it not being nanite, they clearly have never played Black Desert. And it's abhorrently aggressive loading.
Yep.
And the fact that this game...
I love going on the horses, and just the whole game world is just melting in and out around you.
There was another
Like an
part
LSD
that I
trip.
had pointed out to JD that I don't think you were around for any of that really, but I had noticed that while I was walking along, because I was curious about some things of the LODs, because when you're at least like somewhat familiar of how this shit works, you can just kind of wander around and just like look where something is, back away until it disappears, and just kind of get some idea how the loading is. So I was curious, because a bunch of people were also talking about how many NPCs and effects you could have and stuff, and I was looking, like, how far away does an NPC have to be to actually be rendered? And it's actually relatively close, all things considered, in a world like this. Like, a little shack or town or whatever the fuck will look like it's just completely empty from a distance, because you won't see even a hint of a person being there, because what is imposters?
I mean, I kind of felt that way when you're in the quarry area, where I was like, I kept saying, I swear BDO is a lot higher pop than this game.
Well, that was something that was like constantly I was complaining about and pointing out, is that this quarry, they could have just spawned like all 0 to 100% of the fucking progress in this quarry at any given time. But for some reason they didn't, and there's a lot less people. And
Public consoles.
then you've just got the whole problem of, instead of doing that, they chose to have Olympic sprinter patrols that spawn and constantly run into you. Some of which may not even notice you until you hit them. But I noticed just the loading was pretty short range on the NPCs, and then I noticed at another point in time where I was just looking at what the LOD was doing, because I just found this like wide open path that you could see the pretty far away down it. Because usually there's like hills and stuff interrupting things, which I will point out, hills are intentional. Hills are not design, hills are intentional. They act as sight blockers.
Yeah, I remember reading the biggest problem with a GPU calling is anything open. So you
Anything open means you are now rendering all of it. So big flat open plains, you're now rendering the whole fucking thing end to end. So add hills.
Yeah, and with GPU occlusion calling, it's actually more expensive than CPU to render an open area, because everything is testing against everything.
Yeah, and then this is where, like, this is why there's a setting to change whatever the fuck they called that one calling setting that I forget what it was. Like, in some scenes it will hurt your performance, in other scenes it might help it. But it was like per pixel occlusion calling or some shit, but I don't remember what the hell it was called. Yeah, I don't know, but like it was one of those. Like, I guess the best way to think about it is they were not using dynamic LODs for this stuff. They're falling back to static LODs based on the daytime. So, what I was actually noticing, because I can't think of any other reason this was happening now that I'm just like considering, like, why would this happen? And that's because I think the LODs are baked during like certain times of the day potentially, but I'm not sure. Because that also seems kind of insane. But
Shocked me.
what I was noticing while I was walking along this wide open path that I could see quite a ways down is there's a lot of it was like, I guess it would be called twilight, like between morning and night. Like it's just kind of in between there. I think that accounts for both like night to morning and like, you know, day to night, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But as I was walking down the road, in the distance, all the poles that have lanterns hanging off them, they're all lit. But as I would get closer to them, they would become unlit. And the lighting would thus abruptly change in front of you. Because what was lit is now just suddenly not lit. It wasn't something I had damaged or run into. I've never even been over to that area yet. Like, at least recently, so... It's just... These lanterns are just unlighting themselves as I'm getting closer.
Tony.
Like, there's, like... For all the people that like to complain about nanite and how bad it performs, and also, like, that fucking Thread Interactive guy and stuff that's just, like, got a fucking hate boner for this stuff because it's the only way I can describe it. He may have some thoughtful things to say, but he's also just, like, extremely abrasive and thinks everybody's a shell that thinks nanite has anything good about it at all. Which is completely insane, for one. Because nanite has a lot of benefits that a lot of people just aren't aware of, like the fact that nanite doesn't fucking flicker and flashbang you with geometry vanishing.
Listen, I would pay the performance cost just for the occlusion calling.
Yeah.
Because Jesus.
Like,
GPU
the occlusion calling
is a
alone
mistake it never should have
is
had.
like why I would use nanite on everything that I could, just because of that. Because there's nothing more immersion breaking than swinging your camera around and suddenly seeing through the world for a half second.
I remember that driving me absolutely insane every single time I went in Unreal and did level stuff, and I was like, how the fuck do you fix this? And then that took me to forward rendering and CPU occlusion calling, all of this shit, just to get the hell away from GPU occlusion calling and that multi-frame delay that you could not do shit to get away from. And Epic is like, oh, just stick huge fucking meshes with the same material behind everything. Dude,
Yeah,
you can't do that.
that's basically what...
90% of these zones.
This is what Dark Souls did.
So dumb.
If you looked under the terrain, you'd see these big blurry masses of shit, and that's what those are. They are blockers.
And it doesn't save Dark Souls, as we've seen so many times just in my videos.
Well, the
You've
point
still got
is...
huge chunks of objects
They can't...
disappearing in plain view.
They
And
can't...
you can't even do anything about it.
They can't fit the objects perfectly. But the point isn't that the terrain and stuff doesn't disappear. It's that when it does disappear, you see the blocker instead.
Yep.
That's their
They're
intention.
trying to hide it.
They're also blocking
You
what's
gotta
underneath
deny.
them. But their entire purpose is that you see the blocker that doesn't get called instead of right through it.
Yep. I dressed up a level like that, and it was one of the dumbest things I've ever done in my entire life, I swear to God. And it's like, this doesn't really solve the issue. You're just trying to sweep it under the rug and hope that people are too stupid to notice. But by golly, I notice it every fucking time, and it is just like, why is this even
It's like
considered?
if you wanted to like
is,
drive
like,
game
accessible.
developers absolutely fucking insane, you just like make videos just educating people on the problems.
It's just so
Just,
crazy.
this is what you look for,
I mean,
and then
that's
you'll
what
see
I'm
this
doing.
everywhere.
No, this is what I did. Like every time in my videos I encounter this shit, I would.
Well, I
constantly
mean
point it
more
out over and over and over
specifically,
again.
like as educating like people that don't know any better, like just teaching them this is what you look for this kind of stuff. This is the problems it has.
Oh yeah, I mean, I used to do that. I had the old educational series where I went through a lot of this stuff specifically. I talked about all the ghosting, screen space, culling, collision, so on, and just show people this is how easy it is to do this properly.
But this is like the whole thing
Except
as
with
well with
GPU,
Nanite, that Black Desert and Crimson Desert both highlight extraordinarily is LODs.
Yep.
Like, there's a lot of tools out there that we know these companies are using to generate LODs that do it pretty well, but the problem is they're still not going to do it well enough, and you're still going to have warping geometry or even things like shifting out of place if you're using like pre-baked geometry.
And you have to custom tailor your configuration for every asset at every distance.
Yeah.
Because one thing for one object isn't going to work for the other one.
You have to custom tailor and fine tune your LOD settings, otherwise you're going to see the drawing flipping. But also, if you don't do it right, you either need to get somebody to make another LOD level or generate more LOD levels all over again, or just accept fucking jarring transitions. Because I know they've got like
LODs are my favorite.
extremely aggressive loading, because I've seen you may not have noticed it in the video, but I did when I was playing it and left it in there, that video I sent you, that at one of the points where I climbed down a tower and there was 2 barrels sitting near the base of the tower, these barrels would disappear within like 5 meters. Explosive.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember seeing that.
Explosive barrels. You can literally be sprinting and run up on them, and they won't appear until you are past them.
So what a lot of people try to do with LODs nowadays is they use temporal and dithering to try to hide between them. So instead of it just going between one LOD to the other, it gets dithered between them.
Yeah, the dithering is supposed to make it less abrupt, which it kind of does if you're not directly looking for it. But you also can run into the weird problems because it's purely distance based, that you can end up in an issue where they're straddling the two.
Well, this is something I noticed a lot in Dragon's Dogma, is the terrain gets really blurry when it does this. Because it's lotting between 2 big meshes that's been dithered, and now it's being puked on. And it just looks really bad in an entirely different way.
There's a lot of weird issues.
At the best, it makes it look out of focus.
It also doesn't help with like the utter abuse of dithering now. Like before we had dithering, like fucking Doom and other things, because transparency was just expensive. But then hardware got better and nothing else got better, and then we went from like, yeah, we have translucency and mirrors, and then we went to deferred, and then now translucency became difficult again, and mirrors became difficult again, because with forward you could just pretty lowly cost just render the fucking world again, or just render an alternate world, as some games had done with like fucking mirrored floors. They just duplicate your model and everybody's standing on it, and just there's actually an upside down world below you.
Yep.
But you wouldn't know that. You'd just see there's a reflection and it looks really fucking good. But now all of this falls apart with deferred, that then instead we've got all the awkward things of people trying to make like hybrids of forward to work around the problems.
I feel like people should have just stuck with forward and just figured out the limitations of it and improved it. But trying to
Well, that's the thing,
around
is
just
it's not...
opened up Pandora's box of screen.
A lot of the issues, from my understanding, were actually like hardware implementation kind of issues, which is why everything turned into G-buffers and lighting and stuff, but instead we went from one thing to having like the main thing restricting G-buffers at this point for as many as engines have to use for a lot of things is it's too much memory bandwidth. Like, they're actually bandwidth starved because of the way the fucking G-buffers are. Like, you're constantly writing these full-screen textures. Whereas normally you're just reading them and doing stuff with them. But now you've got, like, consider how many Unreal has to composite. You've got, like, normal, you've got lighting, you've got detail lighting, you've got just fucking shadows that probably have several. The lighting's probably got several others. You got specularity, you've got roughness. Like, I can't even think of them offhand. Like, there's just a lot of them. And these are like full screen, like, you know, 1440p resolution textures that you're just writing to constantly, every frame, and then compositing them. And this is why things like fucking order independent transparency and stuff is just like really expensive to use, because you're just like sticking a dick in between the layers.
Well, at least my dick is in a comfy sandwich.
And then you've got like anti-aliasing. Like, you know, you might think, why can't we have MSAA? That's also because now you'd have to take all that memory pressure from the G-buffer use, and now you have to increase the resolution of those G-buffers by 2, 4, 8 times.
Just get more GPUs, bro.
Instead of just increasing the one picture, now we have to render all these G-buffers out and just absolutely explode the memory bandwidth.
Listen, just have SLI like that one German guy that had that video with the 18 fan GPU that sucks in a pop can and shreds it.
The Delta fans, as people call them, since it's the company that makes them. Just referred to as deltas because, yeah, you'll lose something. Or you are like playing around with server fans that sound like fucking turbines just ready to take off.
Exactly. Just have one of those and then you'll have all the anti-aliasing you ever need. Just one texture per video card.
It's just...
And maybe a finger or two.
It's kind of just sheer madness when you think about it that we went to deferred because lights were expensive. Instead, we've made a lot of other things really expensive. And while deferred allows like some other stuff to be done with like post-processing and other things like that, because you have access to all these individual layers you can fuck around with, you also don't really have access to most of those layers, as we've learned, and this is why like you've got all these efforts for people to make like toon shaders and stuff that like a lot of people have made for Unity. Like there's a variety of them that are like pretty featured, and there's like maybe 1.5, if not like just half, for like Unreal, which is like kind of what I'm using, which is sort of like the Unreal implementation of it, but still has a lot of limitations that the guy was trying to work on, because they're like slowly trying to make it so you can fuck with these other parts of the engine without modifying it, but it's still difficult. But even though you can fuck with the lighting and stuff that as much as you can, as soon as Lumen enters the mix, you can't modify Lumen's lighting like that. Not yet anyways. And no one knows when you'll be able to. So you again have to go right back into modifying engine shaders. And even then, like, I don't really know, like, it wasn't even so much that, like, light became cheaper or almost free, as a lot of people called it. It's that unshadowed lights became really cheap. But as soon as you add shadowing to it, up until VSM, you couldn't have more than 4 lights. Like, dynamic shadows would kind of do it, but they'd also just kind of completely shit the bed after. Stationary... Well, maybe it was just stationary that was, like, directly limited to 4, but, like, actual... just a lot of shadow casting dynamic lights was, like, hideously expensive.
Movable shadow casting dynamic lights are insanely expensive.
Like, unless they're really tiny, and then at that point it's kind of like, well, what's really the point here?
Yeah, I used to have animated shadow casters like that on torches, and they were by far and beyond the most expensive thing I ever had in the project up until Lumen. Like,
and that's really just also kind of one of those things with, like, you know, when we finally have Lumen and VSM and stuff, is like, now we can actually have lots of shadow casting lights. You couldn't before at all, but we're still just kind of in the middle of all these other fucking problems, as we're just sort of adding more and more things that just are done over frames and ghost. And like, if the engine ran at 144 hertz, we wouldn't notice it, but it doesn't. It usually runs at 60 or lower, which makes the ghosting really bad. Because that's the thing about these ghosting problems, it is literally per frame.
30 FPS, like, why?
So the lower your frame rate is, the worse the ghosting gets, because the slower it updates. But if your frame rate's higher, the update rate's higher, so the tails are shorter. But nobody wants to design an engine that's meant for fucking 144 hertz. Like, it's actually kind of hard to get Unreal to run that fast most of the time.
I mean, Fortnite could only pull 90 for me, which is really crazy, actually. Because this is a game with nothing fucking going on that's been optimized over years. No meshes, no characters, basically no VFX. It's running nanite and everything, and probably has nanite optimized foliage. The actual assets, for the most part, look mostly untextured. It's just like nothing is really going on. 90 FPS with the landscape terrain and some meshes. And you probably cannot get your project to run as well as that. Unless you're like top-down fixed camera, maybe. But most projects definitely not.
Like, that's probably the one case
like,
where I would say that, like, Unity would actually be better if you were, like, really performance conscious, is that just because Unity's rendering pipeline is a little more exposed, but also more complicated to deal with because of that. That, as far as I'm aware, it runs, like, at the floor faster. But it doesn't help that, like, you know, turning on nanite is a fixed cost all by itself. So that already kind of limits how high your frame rate's ever going to go. Like, as much as it helps frame rate in a lot of cases, it's still a floor.
Yeah.
And then when you're adding more things to it, well... Because it's like, that was one of the funny things that, like, I just kind of realized that when I was watching some other guy's little video of him using the nanite renderer for Niagara meshes. And he's like, it went from, you know, a very unstable below 30 to like 90 and up or something with the nanite renderer. But then I also just kind of remembered when I was fucking around with mass, this is kind of the same thing that I was talking about with like nanite and suddenly things just becoming one draw call, is that the little sample thing I was fucking around with, that I just had like an absurdly large area, and I just told it to just have like 4 million things moving around randomly. And unless you had nanite on, this ran really badly. Because this is like 4 million static meshes moving around randomly. So it's a lot of draw calls, among other things. But then you turn nanite on and it's like the number almost doesn't even matter anymore after that point. They're also like so fucking far away. Like they're practically a couple pixels for most of them. But they're still just a sea of motion because there's still like 4 million things moving around.
4 million ants.
It's just funny to just kind of look at that and just like this is literally the whole, you know, reason why things need to be friendly to cache, is because then stuff can run really fast. And apparently Crimson Desert is also like actually simulating the water.
Huh.
Like where they have waterfalls and stuff. Like we've kind of seen the stuff that like Epic had showed off where there's like the water would actually flow with particles and stuff, and you could
I tried so hard to get Niagara water to work, and from everything I could read, is incredibly limited, very performance expensive, and can only be used in very small areas. And even with that, I still couldn't get it to work.
you know, as I had also learned, it doesn't work in forward.
I guess that's not too surprising.
That was the unfortunate thing, is that was one of the things I wanted to have in Unreal, was just you've got a lot of people that just have like it's just one of those things that like I could have had for a while now, is just like a lot of people just have like throwing things at the streamer.
That's violent.
Like it could just be pieces of cheese or some other shit, and just like maybe it's hanging off your face for a while, stuck to your hair, like whatever, but some of them are just like more, you know, objects like fruit or just whatever the fuck that just kind of bounce off of you or make your character like react with physics. You know, kind of get hit, flinch sort of thing.
I think Dragon IK can do that.
But I've also like never really messed around with this stuff, so it's like also just kind of outside of my knowledge area too much. But
I've seen a lot of people asking about that kind of stuff in the Dragon IK server.
I tried to use the 3D water. Because I'm sure you'd like nothing more than just to be able to hose down the cat.
Yeah, I've tried to look at the Niagara water stuff a few times.
But the problem with
can't
that
imagine
water
using
is doesn't work in forward. Also, because of the way these models and the materials are made, anything that is not I believe masked or opaque will vanish because of sorting issues. So, like, eyes will vanish, eyebrows will vanish, eyelashes will vanish. Yeah.
Time to make a particle system.
Well, that's the thing, is this would have been particles. Just their water system for doing it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to make it out of conventional particles.
But it
using,
doesn't really want to work, and yeah,
some fractal shit.
you have to do some stupid things in order to make it yourself, but you're still going to run into the rendering sorting issues anyways.
Yeah, probably. Time to use OIT.
But honestly, what I wanted to do is just like remodel those parts of the face anyways, because I don't like those being textures.
Well, some of the Niagara settings can help with the sorting.
Not with
There's
this.
a few different configuration.
Not with this.
Well, with the water in itself, but I don't know about the rest.
Nothing would fix this. And I think trying to enable OIT was like prohibitively expensive in that use case because it's trying to like sort all of the water particles or something weird.
Well, you can do water particle sorting on itself just with Niagara configuration.
Yeah, that didn't do it. That's what I'm saying. Those didn't work. Like, this is the typical problem like we saw in Bless, where you jump in the water and your hair goes missing.
Oh. Huh.
It's also a problem in 14, amusingly enough. If you actually go underwater, anything that has like feathering, like hair, eyebrows, some facial stuff, they'll just vanish. Only the opaque parts will render, which is kind of more surprising, is that like any of it renders at all. I mean, some things do that. If it's like fully opaque, it might try to render it as opaque, and then not a lot of things do that.
It is 3:33:33. I'm gonna go to bed.
You're 2.5 minutes off.
No, my clock is correct.
But all I was gonna say though is that I tried to have the water, but that wouldn't work. It's also kind of grossly expensive, which is just kind of the frustrating thing in my whole setup, is that I'm doing this on one computer. All of my problems would go away if I literally just had like another fucking computer to shove Unreal on. Or just something to render it off of. That was my other thought, that I'm not 100% sure how well that will work or not. Because, yeah, that would be something I would love to try anyways, just because I'd love to have an X3D. And having the GPU in there, being able to do that would be great if it worked. I don't know for sure if it even would work.
I don't know either.
Windows is a little funny when it comes to designating a program uses a certain GPU or not.
Sounds like time to knock down Bill Gates' door in his grow up.
There's a lot of things I can't do in Unreal because of this performance restriction I have to keep. Otherwise, I'd have to turn Crimson Desert down to 30 FPS to prevent Unreal from shitting itself.
I had to do that for a couple LPs back in the day. Who knows, I might still have to do that for Final Fantasy XIV. Just because turning my camera in very specific places, like the housing district, would cause OBS to shit the bed, because the GPU usage would spike from the overdraw and it would just crowd out OBS. You would never notice this in the game at all, but the OBS video would come out and skip frames.
Yeah.
And this happens throughout my recording until I noticed this, and I was like, well, I guess you can't really do this at 60. because it just was irritating. I don't know with the new processor though. I don't think I've tried it with the new processor or.
I mean, I think I even had difficulties with 14, giving me a little bit of trouble.
It's really weird that 14 was the one to do that and not too many others. I think it was just because the CPU was never really bottlenecked, so it always ran fast, and then the GPU and OBS would get hit.
I think there was also kind of the problem is that 14 was kind of having GPU crashes a bit.
Yeah, the Shirogane Housing District was particularly bad for that, just because of the high contrast, tons of low detail, and small pixels. It was just a very, like, 40 or something percentage spike on the old GPU. And OBS does not buffer the frames, it just fucking skips them. And I'm not, if I remember, it doesn't even really get properly reported that it's doing that.
I don't even think
It's been
it's
a
really
long
something
time.
that like OBS
Couple
can
fixes
do
it.
something about, because it's quite literally that it needs some GPU access, and if it can't get that little bit that it wants, then the whole process just kind of falls apart.
Oh, it needed a lot of GPU access. I think I had measured it out, is that if you're using like 80% of the GPU, you're going to start seeing OBS choking.
So, I mean, I'm riding like
OBS is just
90% with like Crimson Desert a lot. Like a lot of these games are just
Well,
some of
this was
them
on the old GPU,
are more temperamental.
which I think the old GPU had way less wiggle room than this one does. I don't think I've ever tried it on this one. I honestly don't really remember. I might have tried it when I first got it, but I don't think I actually benchmarked it. But on the old GPU, it was definitely like, if the game hovered around 60, you were fine. When you started seeing it go up to 80, because OBS could use 40% or more just on its own, then they would clash and OBS would get circumcised. And that was very consistent. And it was really in only those specific areas. Because there was just, I guess it was just like dumping out very large bandwidth frames. Although in your case also with the GPU encoder, I think that the actual GPU overhead is still lower than what I was doing.
It's also why I've been very hesitant to ever not use it for like any reason, just because it's just worked in most cases.
The other one had always worked all the way up until that point. And that was like why I spent so long trying to figure out why I was doing this, because I was like, well, if it's doing it here, why didn't it do it in more expensive games? Well, it was just really because it was running at 60 FPS. "60 FPS was really the ball buster when it came to that particular interaction.
It's sort of the funny thing with Crimson Desert is if I didn't have to account for Unreal. And this is where it gets really confusing, is Crimson Desert was running at like 90 FPS. Which apparently over like 84, like their animations just don't interpolate beyond that. I don't know. It's something Vetrius is saying, I don't even know how true it is, but it's like the game would just run at 90, but Unreal would be stuttering to hell and back, like down to like 4 to 60, or just stalling with the tracking constantly. Tracking doesn't use GPU. It's only Unreal. So for some reason, at 90 it wouldn't work. But then when I put it at 60, it has to practically go down to 60 as a limit in order for Unreal to not fight with it for some reason.
What was the GPU usage?
I don't remember. some of it I honestly think is because of things like async and other uses and stuff, is that this can cause a more modern game to potentially fight with Unreal more. Because it's trying to saturate the GPU, and Unreal's like, hey, I want to sneak in there. And then Unreal just doesn't get what it wants, and just like it just seems kind of incomprehensible to me that Crimson Desert runs at like a smooth 90, but then Unreal is like stuttering all the fuck at like 4 to 60.
I don't know. It's kind of weird. I haven't run into anything like that, but
And there's even more other confusing things that, like, if I tabbed out to Unreal while Crimson Desert was in the background, Crimson Desert would run at a little bit lower frame rate, but then Unreal would immediately stabilize, as long as it was the active window.
Maybe there's like some kind of prioritization.
Well, that doesn't exist for
doing it.
GPUs. It's the stupid thing.
Mm.
GPUs
Could be like Windows
don't
or
have
something.
priorities. That's the funny thing about them.
Well, I mean, it could even possibly be like a process priority or something. Like maybe it's not even stroking the GPU, but like the CPU or something.
That's what I don't
Hard
know.
to know without actually looking at all the usages and comparing it back to back, but
It's also why I
choking it out
changed
or
the
it's trying to
dashboard to
intentionally
show the
control
frame
it.
rate that was on the main window, is so I could see this more easily when I like actually need to set up a new game and configure it so they both don't screw with each other.
I don't think I've touched Skyrim since I got no, Skyrim, the last time I touched that was 21, I think. According to my recordings, but I haven't checked the last 30-minute video that I did when that was actually recorded, but I think those were old, so I bet it still runs like complete fucking ass on this processor.
Well, I don't think it's gonna run that much better anyways.
Yeah, it's still single-threaded.
Practically the situation where like
Skyrim.
like even with X3D either helps a lot or it just doesn't really do very much.
Really depends on where your bottleneck is. If you're Unity and absolutely destroying the local cache, apparently quite a bit.
It's pretty much all down to the local cache, like how cache friendly it is. If the game didn't really fit in the cache properly before and now suddenly it does, now it's just ripping through frames.
Now we're just giving people more of an excuse to not bother optimizing anything.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing that I don't really understand, and I think is where a lot of the problems come from in modern games, is just how friendly things are to the cache. Things got more complicated, and then what cache we used to have that worked perfectly well suddenly doesn't anymore for reasons I don't fully understand, because this is like literally computer science bullshit.
Because going through Casey's talk, because that was one of the few things of his I
Yeah,
watched.
well, Casey is where I'm just like kind of
About
thinking with a lot of this is like it's all down to like managing cache lines and other shit, and just keeping the things you want in like making sure the things that need to be fast are in cache, and things that aren't maybe not so much. But it's like it's all down to the
This is all
engine.
like really basic engine shit that everybody should have been doing to begin with. That's why they're engine designers. So why is everything now perform like shit? Oh, now we've got X3D processors where we can be even lazier and not really care that much because, well, who cares if it performs like shit on anybody's system and isn't running $1,000 plus CPU? These processors can do it. Maybe the manufacturer will pat us on the back for giving them more sales, which is precisely what Naraka is doing. Now, lo and behold, you've entered an ecosystem where you're
Yeah, most of the Unity games especially seem to be prone to that. I don't know how Unreal is for that point, but Unity seems especially bad for it.
It would be really interesting to see how an X3D influences like fucking Lumen and shit.
Some things that just for a lot of reasons don't make sense that it would help just because the processor already wasn't saturated in the first place, but it's I think it's also just the restriction that like a lot of things like they can be run on their own core, but then even if they're like they're never going to show as using a lot of CPU in the first place because you might be saturating one core, but that doesn't mean the rest of the processor is loaded, so it doesn't really help.
I mean, it shouldn't be like that, but between this processor and the other one, Unreal is a fucking night and day difference in basically all operations. And
Yeah,
it's
that's
like,
also just
it's
part
not
of what they
programming
call like
technically is more
IPC
complicated
and
than
stuff.
anything else I run.
Is basically instructions take less clocks to run and thus run faster, and thus you can run more of them, and then everything runs faster.
Everything runs gooder. I am really going to sleep now.
Yeah,
It's
good night.
Good
Otherwise, I'm
night.
going to keep you here for the next several hours until JD shows up.
Yes. I have to be here. I have to be up in like 4 hours. So.
I'm also hungry. I need something.
Cat food.